and welcome to our hearing session in relation to a review application by Knocknagael Limited in relation to a refusal of a community asset transfer application made in respect of land owned by Scottish Government in the name of the Rural Payments Inspectorate Directorate, which for the purposes of today's proceedings I'll be just calling ARPID, I think as it's generally known. My name is Paul Coquette. I'm the lead panellist appointed in relation to the report to Ministers in relation to this application, and I'm joined by Russell Smith and Judith Webb, who are appointed, although I'm the lead panellist, we're all appointed equally to report to Ministers in relation to the matters arising in relation to this review. The purpose of this hearing, following the site visit that many of you attended yesterday afternoon, is to prepare a report to Ministers on the merits and issues arising and make recommendations in relation to the review that Ministers will carry out in connection with the original application made by Knocknagael, who I'll be calling the appellants, for the purposes of today's proceedings. I should emphasise that we are appointed as independent persons. We're from different backgrounds, but our purpose is in making recommendations to report to Ministers. We will not be making decisions. The ultimate decision, the appeal, will be made by appropriate Ministers with certain arrangements put into place, because obviously one of the parties to the review are also Scottish Ministers, but there are internal procedures applicable within Scottish Government to ensure propriety in terms of that decision-making process. What we'll be doing today is further understanding the arguments that are put, the pros and cons of the application and the reasons for refusal, with a view to making certain findings of fact and making recommendations in relation to matters that we consider to be relevant for ministerial consideration of the application under review today. The proceedings today are being webcast, and the webcasting it's available live for anybody who's watching it, but it'll also be available for parties to look at later. So this has a benefit, certainly for we as panellists, and hopefully for parties as well, is that we need to concentrate a little bit less on scribbling down every single note of what's being taken, because each or any of us will be able to be looking at the webcasting afterwards if we need to remind ourselves of the arguments made. We will, though, be taking notes as we go. That's sometimes helps our thought process as we go down, but obviously the webcasting will be available. For those who have not been involved in the process so far, the webcasting can be seen by accessing the DPA website and by searching under the case number for this review, which is CAT-270-1. On that case management system web page are all the relevant documents that have been lodged by all parties for the purposes of this review and this hearing. As I say, the proceedings are being webcast, and on that basis, we're proceeding, unless anybody has any difficulty or objection, proceeding on the basis that participation in today's hearing will be taken as consent for data protection and GDPR purposes. And all parties who will be speaking, and I'll explain a little bit about the use of the mics and various things who are not familiar with those in a moment, the camera will go to you as you switch your microphone on. So it's quite important to switch your microphone on, but those members of the audience who may be attending but are not going to be on in a speaking role should not appear on the filming of the webcasting. And I may just mention that just before I introduce parties, is on the microphone in front of you. There's a button in the middle of the mic in front of you with a symbol that's meant to signify a human face with 3 lines showing that you're speaking. When you come to speak, we'd ask you to press that button, and when you press that button, 2 red lights will appear either side of it, and that means the microphone is on you, and that means that parties and participants around the room will be able to hear you and see you, and perhaps most importantly, the camera will know to focus on you for recording purposes. But please remember, when you finish speaking, to switch that button off again, as I'll do just in a second. So I'll first of all maybe ask parties to introduce themselves in turn. I think there's a lead representative, but if they could maybe mention who they are and who's there on their behalf, and then we can start the proceeding. I'll start with Arpid.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is David Forrester. I'm from Morton Fraser Lawyers, instructed by RIPID on behalf of the Scottish Ministers. To my right is Mr Ian Carmichael, Head of Agricultural Development at RIPID. To Mr Carmichael's right is Bill Dundas, Deputy Head of Area Offices at RIPID. And to Mr Dundas's right is Neil McPherson, Principal Agricultural Officer at RIPID.
Okay, thank you. And Dr Del Torre for the appellants.
My name is Maria de la Torre. I'm the Chair of Knocknagael Limited. To my right, I've got Gordon MacDonald, another of our directors, Sandy Craig, Alistair Simmons, all directors. To my left, I've got Ron McVicker, one of our expert witnesses and also a director, Steve Rowan, director, Graham Cooper from Action for Children, Emma Whitham from Highland Good Food, Alex Gilsrith from Homelessness Trust, and Annabel Mowat from Centred. Thank you.
I wasn't counting the number of people there. Does that mean there's anybody in the audience or anybody else who's attending, just out of interest, or does that cover everybody? No, that's perfectly right. Proper, it's a public.
We do have just a viewer, a bit. K. MacDonald.
No, that's fine. Absolutely no problem with that. Just for my awareness is who's all to be here. And I think you mentioned that one of your directors hadn't arrived yet, but I'm assuming that's now now rectified. Perfect timing to arrive just at the end. That's absolutely great. As I say, there's. It's a public meeting, so anybody's entitled to attend. And I think, as parties know, we've had a bit of correspondence as to seeking to identify whether there's any other interested party in the technical sense of having an interest in this hearing. And we wrote out to one person who had made representations after the original decision was made, and gave that person, in accordance with the rules that apply to these hearings, gave that person the chance to be heard or to attend the hearing this morning, but that person didn't take that opportunity. So we as panellists are proceeding on the basis that the only interested parties for the purposes of our hearing are those that are represented today. As I say, this is a review in relation to a decision made under the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015. It's a slightly unusual set of circumstances because the 2015 Act applies in giving community bodies, as defined in that legislation, the opportunity to make an application to a relevant authority. The vast majority of those authorities are bodies such as public authorities and health board trusts and the like. But the rules also apply to the Scottish Government, which is why the application was made was able to be made in current circumstances. But because Scottish Government are also the decision makers in this, that's the reason why a different set of review procedures apply. And strictly this is a review, although for ease of reference I like to describe Knocknagael Limited as the appellants. In the strictest sense, they're seeking a review of the decision-making process which ministers will decide upon in due course. But it's because of that unusual structural arrangement is the reason that a panel of 3 has been appointed rather than previously. And normally, if it's an appeal affecting another form of relevant body, then that would just be one reporter or person appointed to report to ministers. So, 2015 Act, Community Empowerment Act 2015, and these proceedings are taking place under what are called the hearing session rules, which are set out in the Asset Transfer Request Review Procedure Scotland Regulations 2016, and I think parties have been advised about that. We're grateful to Highland Rugby Club for allowing the use of the building. Quite nice facilities here, at least to look at 3 sides of the windows. Makes it a little bit brighter. In terms of practical issues, as I said, we're hoping to get water for the table, which we've not been able to organise, track someone down to do that before the hearing started, but hopefully that can be organised reasonably easily. I've not been advised of any fire alarms expected or anything of that nature this morning, so if the fire alarm goes off, then you can assume it's for real. We should comply with that. We have set, on the basis of our assessment, and nobody's disagreed, we're set for a hearing of 1 day today. We're hoping and anticipating that we're able to get through all the business we need to in the course of this 1 day. We need to finish at 4:30 this afternoon at the latest. There's an event here this evening, so we need to be out at that point. In the unlikely event that we're run out of time and we need more time after 4:30, then we will discuss at the end of the day what the next process and proceeding will be. It may be we can proceed to finish the necessary evidence gathering by written submissions, or it may be we can do a virtual follow-up meeting rather than necessarily convening in the room in this format. But we'll make a decision about that at 4:30 if indeed we need to. Our intention is to take a break for lunch at 1 p.m. There may be catering facilities here, though I gather the Botanic Gardens next door has catering facilities as well. But we are told you're not meant to consume your own food that you brought here. Any you brought here, they're not keen on you doing that. What we will, in addition, do is look to have a short kind of micro break, probably at about 11:30, for 5 or 10 minutes, just for people to have a comfort stop or whatever, and a similar break in the afternoon. But if anybody needs an additional break for any reason, just say, and we can accommodate that as needs be. In terms of the other practical matters for this morning, we, as panellists, have all printed off some of the key documents we have. The IT seems to work and everyone seems to have got in with the password, which is absolutely fantastic. We have other documents open on screen and some documents that seem on the face of it less central to the questions we're looking at, not opened as yet. Others may be in the same position of having some documents open and some not. So I think that what I just emphasise is, as we navigate our way around, it's important that all parties are able to keep up with the references to documents that are made. So patience is very much the key if we're referencing documents. And again, if anybody needs more time to find a document that's starting being spoken about, then just say, and we'll wait till everyone's got the document open in front of them. And if you are referring to a document lodged, either your own document or the other side's document, then if you clearly indicate which document you mean and the page and paragraph number you intend to refer to, and that means we can all keep up with where we are in following what the arguments are and what the considerations are. But I'd also encourage you, particularly those maybe more to the on our left more than to the right, is we do appreciate that a hearing session like this is probably an unfamiliar set of circumstances for you to be in. We're going to try and make it as relaxed and informal as we can. There's a degree of formality to these proceedings, but we'll try our best to make things as informal as we can. But if anybody has any concerns or is uncomfortable about any issues or any matters that happened today, then please feel free to say and raise that issue. And equally, in answering questions, please take time, the time you need to answer questions. We obviously want to get to the right answer and the best answer rather than necessarily a kind of immediate answer. So if you need to take time or you're not sure about anything, don't feel any pressure to rush an answer. Or to say anything that you might later regret. We're trying to get the right answers in a fully considered and fair way. And if you're patient with us, we'll try and be patient with you. So we'll try and do that. If anybody has any special needs, anything around mobility or hearing difficulty, then again, please say, and we'll try and accommodate that as far as we can. Obviously, we're hearing starters, so that may be difficult if there are concerns. But if anybody has or encounters any difficulty in the course of the hearing, then again, please say. As a hearing, we should emphasise this is not a public inquiry. A public inquiry has a particular meaning, and it involves the formal leading of witnesses, which are subject to examination in chief, cross-examination, and then re-examination. That's not the format we're proceeding with today. As a hearing, the questions, strictly all questions of all witnesses, come through one of us. However, and we'll be asking quite a lot of questions, and we'll take kind of lead responsibility for the topics in the agenda. I'll speak about the agenda in more detail in a moment. But nevertheless, we will endeavour to bring in all parties to speak, whether through their kind of nominated representative or otherwise. If people, I say this mainly from the appellants, if there's anybody better placed to ask questions than Dr. Del Torre, just feel free to bring them in as appropriate. So although strictly the questions are through us, we're quite relaxed about making sure that people get a say and get an opportunity to comment and an opportunity to ask questions, even though, as I say, strictly the questions are all through us. And it may be necessary, depending how the proceedings go today, that we might need further information to be submitted by parties at a later date. I'll talk about closing submissions later on, but today is not necessarily the end of the evidence gathering process, so there may be some things arising today from questions that you realise that there's further information that you'd like to submit, or further issues that may arise, and we will accommodate that as far as we can. Obviously, we're quite keen to complete our evidence gathering as quickly as we can, but if there are matters that arise where you think actually you need a further opportunity to provide documentary evidence, again, if that arises, that we could accommodate that. There'll not be a minute of this meeting as such, because it's being webcast, so anybody who wants to see what's said can access it through the webcasting in due course. And on the question of looking to be asking questions to get to the truth, I would do, as I always do, a plea to be civil to each other. This is not intended to be an adversarial process. It's fact-finding, and fact-finding is better. We find better done in a civilised and sensible way. As I say, we'll keep matters as informal as possible and encourage people to relax as much as they can in a circumstance such as this. I think we've indicated that we're willing to have short opening statements from each party, which I'm now going to go to the next stage of inviting you to give to us if you wish to do so. These should be limited to 5 minutes max, so we can get into the processes, and I'll invite those, as I say, to be delivered just in a moment. If you could, at some point, submit those statements as delivered to Lorna Dunn, who's our case officer, then that will again save us from the need to be noting those too much as we go. And the last point is, very briefly, we're not expecting parties to be submitting closing submissions today. We're going to give you an opportunity to reflect on the way the proceedings go today, and we'll give you a time to make closing submissions, and I'll say more about closing submissions at the close of proceedings today. We have circulated an agenda on the 9th of February. I noticed the appellants had asked for one point of clarification in relation to that, is to make sure that the use and the need of the Smiddy farm is considered as part of that agenda, and we've noted and agree that. In a moment, we'll intend to broadly go through the matters based on the agenda and give parties opportunities to put points and ask questions and points arising from the other side's evidence. So first of all, just ask whether anybody has any preliminary issues or observations or questions or what I've just said before we move on. No, nothing from that perspective. That's fine. Anything arising that we need to know before we start the proceedings arising from the site visit yesterday, or are we all? No. Okay, that's fine. And I'll just turn to my panellists to see if there's anything they want to add by way of introductory or other comments, starting with Judy. So that's fine. In that case, I'll invite the appellants to give us their opening statement.
Can you hear me now? Yeah? Okay, in our opening statement, we want to cover 3 aspects. We want to speak about the strong public interest for this asset transfer and the breadth and depth of the community benefits the project will deliver. Why we believe that the decision to refuse it is flawed and should be overturned. And then we want to demonstrate that Knocknagael, our partner organisations and the community are in a strong position to take this project forward. This journey started when in 2012 the Smiddy and adjacent fields were declared surplus to requirements of running the Bull Street farm following the upgrade of the building, and the fields were put up for planning permission. This was the catalyst that inspired the local and farming community to set up a campaign to save the fields. During the intervening years, the strategic importance the site has for the community has continued to increase. There has been a growth in urbanization and in population in the south of Inverness. We're living in a climate and environmental crisis, and we need to change the way we live and design our living spaces. Food security is a real issue, and communities have no access to spaces and little control or influence over the places we live. This is such a strategically important site for the community. It's the only remaining area of accessible, good prime agricultural land and in good working condition left in the south edge of Inverness. The opportunity cost of losing the site will deprive the community of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take forward a transformative project that will benefit the communities of Inverness and create a new kind of community space. This project has had continuous and growing community support since it started. The project presents huge opportunities that support the Scottish Government's own targets and initiatives in terms of the Good Food Nation Act, health and social agendas, curriculum for excellence for schools, climate, environment, and providing training and work-based placements. The project responds to a high level of demand and will help address a significant number of needs in the area for green space allotments, community growing, social isolation, mental and physical health. We will be working with other social and health charities, some of which are here today, and with the 7 schools in the area. The project will deliver a high level of public benefits, forecast to generate a monetary value of over £3.25 million over the first 5 years. We want to draw to the attention of the panel that we believe this decision should be overturned because of the lack of a transparent and objective process and a lack of an objective evaluation. It is argued by the other party that when the land at Knocknagael was identified as surplus in 2012, it was on the assumption that Balrobert Farm would be available for producing winter key for the bulls stud. But when in 2014 the 10-year limited duration tenancy was established, the Smiddy and adjacent field remained proposed for housing in the Inner Murray-Firth Local Development Plan until March 2015, when the planning reporter refused to change it. The change of use. The bottom line is that the Smiddy field has only remained part of the Knocknagael Bull Farm thanks to the interest and intervention of the community. If the allocation of the field had changed, the site would have already been sold to a developer. The reason for refusal hinges on a claim that the field is essential to the bull scheme, but no evidence has provided. A Freedom for Information request that Knocknagael made showed that the net contribution the field makes is only 0.75% of the scheme costs. The other party also neglects to consider the capital received that they would receive from the purchase of the field that would allow to invest in making the farm more productive and cover any shortfalls, and also that Knocknagael Limited is open to part of the field continue to be used for hay production during the initial years. So the suggestion that the Knocknagael project would lead to the closure of the bull farm is not borne by any evidence. We finally want to draw to the attention of the panel how during and since the asset transfer request, the interest for the project and membership has significantly grown. Knocknagael Limited is now a registered company and charity, and we will continue to build on its solid foundation. The company has 6 directors and more than 80 members. As directors, we bring significant range of skills. Our members include professionals from a wide range of backgrounds: tree surgeons, orchard managers, planners, growers, archaeologists, GPs. We have worked with leading professionals to develop robust proposals and will continue to do so. We have worked with public organisations, DITAS and Highlands and Islands Enterprise to develop a structure and constitution compliant with the Community Empowerment Act. We have now held 2 AGMs, have run a number of successful site visits, apple grafting, fundraising events. But the bottom line is that without having access and ownership of the land, we have come to the limit of what it is possible to do. We have been working on this for many years. Many of our members are desperate for an allotment. Some of our partners are frustrated that they weren't able to access the space during COVID. We are delighted to have the opportunity to meet with the panel and for you to consider all the evidence that has been provided to you, and we look forward to providing you with any further information during this hearing. Ownership of the site will allow our community to control the future use of the site and ensure it continues to benefit the community for generations. It will also safeguard the future of the bull farm. Thank you.
Thank you. That was within your 5 minutes, so well done. So, from the landowners.
I'll just pass to Mr. Carmichael for Ripid's opening statement.
Good morning. My name is Ian Carmichael. I am the Head of Agricultural Development within the Rural Payments and Inspection Division of the Scottish Government. This statement relates to the asset transfer request made by Knocknagael Limited in respect of the Smiddy field. The asset transfer request was made under the Community Empowerment Act Scotland Act 2015. The request was determined in line with Section 82 of the Act, which sets out the criteria that the request is to be assessed against, and that the relevant authority must agree to the request unless there are reasonable grounds for refusal. There were reasonable grounds for refusing the request because the field is currently an integral part of the operations of the bull stud and is not surplus to requirements. This alone is sufficient grounds to refuse the request, but I will briefly outline why there are further reasonable grounds for refusing this request. 12 years have passed since the Crofton Commission identified the land as surplus, and the land management circumstances of the two Inverness farms, being Knocknagael and Balrobert, have changed significantly. You all witnessed for yourselves yesterday that the field is actively farmed by the Rural Payments Inspections Division as part of the management of the bull stud. If the field was not part of the bull stud's farmed operation, there would be increased costs which would require to be passed on to crofters by increasing the cost of bull hire. This could potentially see the annual hire fee rise by approximately 39%. The application was assessed in line with the Act and the guidance. The guidance states that a reasonable ground for refusal is likely to include a case where agreeing the request would restrict the relevant authority's ability to carry out its functions, which would be the case here if the field was removed from our operations. However, the guidance also required us to assess whether agreeing to the request would likely to promote or improve economic development, regeneration, public health, social well-being, environmental well-being, or reduced inequalities coming from social economic disadvantage. Our assessment in terms of economic development was that the current use of the field provides a wider geographic and economic benefit than the proposed development. It enables the Scottish Government to provide bulls to crofters, which has direct economic benefit to over 460 individual crofters and around 136 Crofton townships. In terms of regeneration, we consider that there would be no increased regeneration benefit from the proposal. The land is currently actively managed as part of the FAN's crop rotation. In terms of health and social well-being, the benefits from the proposal are evident. However, there are public health benefits achieved from maintaining the current scheme. For example, continuing to support the Crofton Cattle Improvement Scheme enables crofters to produce high-quality, extensively reared beef. Furthermore, the land use provides social well-being benefits by making it more financially viable for crofters to keep small numbers of cows. This helps maintain Crofton activity and traditions, in which, in turn, helps protect the future of Crofton in remote, fragile areas. In terms of environmental well-being, we consider that there could be an increased environmental well-being to the local area from the proposal. However, it could be a decrease in Crofton activity, which could impact internationally important habitats. The land is currently managed in a sustainable way as part of the FAN's crop rotation, protecting the natural environment. In terms of inequality coming from social economic disadvantage, we consider that the current use allows the Scottish Government to provide a subsidised support service that combats socio-economic disadvantages to a wider population across a greater geographically disadvantaged area than the proposed use. Agreeing to the transfer would increase the bull stud hire fee, and impact of this would increase the social economic disadvantage of crofters and Crofton communities. A further factor considered was whether the proposed transfer met best value considerations as listed in the Scottish Public Finance Manual. This does allow for a transfer at below market value, but in this instance, given the impact on the current operations of the bull stud, it was determined there was not a wider public benefit to be gained from the transfer. To conclude, the application was refused primarily as the Smiddy field is not currently surplus to our requirements. Secondly, the benefits of the asset transfer request was ultimately judged to be less than the benefits of the existing use. This constitutes a reasonable ground for refusal, which is a criterion in terms of the Act and the guidance. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That's fine, thank you. Okay, now moving on to the agenda that was circulated on the 9th of February, we'd identified roughly 4 headings and then expanded in the letter of 9th of February on certain aspects of each of those and asked for information to be provided both in advance of today, but also today. So our intention now is to move on to those topics, and what we'll do is we'll take turns as panellists in being the lead questioner, although others of us might chip in at any one time if anything comes to mind by way of kind of complementary questions. And so the first set of issues which we'd like to explore in item 1 are the representations on the community benefit and also community support for the proposals. And we've mentioned in our agenda the question of other alternatives and other ways in which the same or analogous benefits can be delivered. And I'll pass on to Judith to open with questions in that respect.
Thank you. My initial question is around the figures submitted in terms of public benefit, and you've got helpful table which gives some of the figures as well as your final element. So this is in Appendix 3 in the application. Now, my background is that I used to do community asset transfer evaluation panels for another body, and I'm familiar with a number of these. You've mentioned studies by the New Economics Foundation and the social return on investment studies and so on, from where you've got some of your figures. Now, I know that a lot of that work gives a range of what might be achieved. What I'd like to know is how you ended up settling on where within those ranges that are given you would settle as a group in terms of coming up with your overall figure.
Yep. Probably the first thing is that the report was produced independently, so it was Community Enterprise who did this. The main concern, I suppose, or the main theme that comes out through the report is that when I first joined the organisation, which was after the report was produced, what struck me when I went through it was that these were not. This was not a report that was hitting at the high ranges, at the outside range of what was possible. Throughout, it was clear that a reasonably conservative approach was being taken, and that the midpoint it appears throughout, within the details of the report. It very specifically states that where within the range of outcomes the values have been chosen, and it is consistently around the midpoint of the range.
The other thing to add is that when we worked with Judith, it's interesting to hear Gordon's view, we sort of tried to make sure that we had an indicator for each of the benefits, and using, so for the schools, for example, it's chosen 3 schools, although we know there are more schools in the area, just trying to be realistic and also trying to use the economic studies where there were some economic studies. For some of the information we had less, there is maybe less economic assessment, so it was, trying to bring together robust evidence as well and translate it to what it meant for the project. Well, that's all.
Thank you. That's helpful. I suspect there may be a follow-up around some of this from fellow panel members before I ask anything else.
So, I was following on from that you've made the estimates and you sufficiently conservative or midpoint or whatever, but how are you going to assess whether they've actually been achieved should you win this appeal?
With some of these, obviously, they are quite difficult things to measure. So let's be honest about it. We're not pretending. When you look at economic multipliers, let's say the health benefits for one individual in being involved in outdoor activity as opposed to medical therapy of whatever kind. And I think what we would have to do at a very early stage is ensure that we have measures in place for each of these areas, so that we can have some way of looking back. When there are theoretical economic multipliers, it's something that's very difficult to establish in reality as to what the effect has been. But what you can do is measure, say, the number of people who have benefited from this, the number of people who have participated, the number of organisations, weights or measures of produce. There are a whole range of things that can be measured and then can be cross-referenced to the relevant studies which show what the appropriate multiplier may be. So it is, by nature, this is not something that you can be absolutely precise at. No organisation can look back and say, with these types of benefits, and say this is exactly what we know we could produce. What we can do is produce a number of measures that will indicate what figures we can then realistically slot into the studies, and from that derive an appropriate figure.
Can I, just to add to what Gordon has said, we did actually submit a Scottish Land Fund Stage 2 application, and one of the things we were required was to provide a monitoring framework. So we would be having to monitor a number of people that are using the site, schools that are visiting, people that are taking different courses. So I think those would be as well looking at the outputs the project is achieving, and then we could relate those to the outcomes of the whole project. So, there's obviously, I think, a framework that we would have to set up in terms of monitoring that the project is achieving its objectives, to be able to report back to any funders.
Right. So you would expect there would be a real reduction in NHS costs? Yeah.
I think, I do, if you want, it would be probably the kind of question that I would hope are sort of, more specific. I think it would be better to ask that to the expert witness, so but yeah, they could maybe be in a better position to reply to some of those, how can we measure those and be certain that they would be achieved. I think, that's the role of the witnesses, hopefully.
Do you want to bring on those witnesses to speak to those factors then?
Is there a specific topic you would prefer to, you've asked about health? Is that the area you were...
Well, perhaps health just now. Other panellists may have questions beyond health. I was certainly interested in the public health benefits, and I noted the issue. I'm sorry, I'll just ignore that just now. Apologies. It's public health benefits were the issues that I was particularly interested in, and particularly Professor McVicker's indications there. So a number of aspects of the benefits were relating to public health. It would be quite useful, I think, just to hear a little bit more of the sort of colour of all of that, but also if there's any indications that you have had, whether lodged or not, or if they're lodged, you can point us to them at the appropriate in the appropriate place as to a kind of independent verification, insofar as it's possible, because we accept that these are ranges and that we're looking to a future proposal in relation to the public health benefits of what either the local NHS Trust or Highland Council, if there's anything that there's sort of, if you like, objective evidence as opposed to the views which are understandable and obviously rooted in a significant amount of experience in the area, but by President Vicar or anybody else with an interest in the application.
Yeah, I think, Ron, would you like to say something about that?
Yeah, I mean, I come at this from a long experience in general practice. And the health and well-being benefits are the specific areas that have attracted me to this project. If you're seeking examples of where benefits can be measured and perhaps even financially measured, which is very, very difficult in health. One example might be in social prescribing, where general practitioners and others who've got prescribing rights or potential are being increasingly encouraged to consider other routes other than drug prescribing, one of which is for physical activity and another of which is gardening. And there is an initiative that is been funded through the Green Health Fund and involving Scottish Government, NHS Highland, Highland Council and other organisations called Think Health, Think Nature, which gives the mechanism for that that potential social prescribing initiative, and the Think Health, Think Nature organisation are very impatient to work with us in putting these pathways in place. So that, one example.
Okay, thank you. I have other questions unrelated to this. Do you have any further questions on this? Then we've got an opportunity to Mr.
I was just going to say, and it's really helpful to have the public health benefits, but I know, and from your introductions, there's obviously a number of other people that you've got here who are linked to some of those other wider social benefits. So from my point of view, it would be quite helpful if they'd got anything that they wanted to say, having heard this bit about how realistic are these sorts of figures, how might we monitor, what does success look like? How do you monitor these things? Because we all know that a lot of them are aspirational, and we've got various bits of research, but they are quite hard to nail down to specific pounds and pence. So certainly would help me with that overview of what you've got in here. And I think you said, your estimates, you were aiming to be realistic. If I heard from the others, it would actually be very helpful.
Yeah, I wonder whether Graham or Alex would be, it might fit in quite well with that. Do you want to start to, one of you?
Good morning, everybody. Graham Cooper from Action for Children. I'm the Children's Service Manager for the national charity based in Highland. Just a couple of things. I've got 11 different services within Highland at the moment, supporting about 200 to 250 vulnerable children and families and adults. I'm funded by the Scottish Government, Highland Council, NHS and a lot of other trusts, and we have lots of partnerships with third sector organisations. In relation to the evidence question, I have to kind of collate quarterly, 6-monthly, annual reports, statistic reports, but also reports on how the activities that the children and families involved in, how that benefits them, not just health and well-being, self-esteem, self-confidence, employability, education, etc. So, Action for Children, when we have partnerships, we have to take into account GDPR, and the information we've shared is statistical information, and we're quite happy to be sharing that. And if we were able to get access to the land, then I would be able to share some of the information and the statistics we collate with Knocknagael, with our children and families who access it. Because I do that anyway. It's just a matter of getting an agreement. I can share that information.
Hello, my name's Alex Gilchrist. I'm the General Manager for the Highland Homeless Trust. We're based in Inverness, and we work up to Easter Ross and Wester Ross, which we think would be applicable to have folk come and join this type of project. Our structure is a registered charity. Very much like Graham is saying, we have got obligations to monitor and evaluate any type of project that we become involved in. And we feel as an organisation, whilst we provide in the main supported accommodation to around 50 vulnerable adults suffering from drug and alcohol, learning disabilities, physical disabilities as well, that we would be able to provide statistics that would prove the benefit to be greater than just health and social care. There would be savings in criminal routes, because we're providing a different activity and encouraging folk to get involved in more suitable activities and encouraging them to do that. We run an active referral scheme which we specifically fundraise for to provide activities, and we are required again to produce statistical figures to back up the funding that we've been given. So again, we would make those available to the project if we were asked to.
Annabel, do you want to say anything? Just
Hello, yes, I'm Annabel Mood, and I work with Centred, who have been providing mental health support services in Highlands since 1987. As an organisation, we've been very much at the leading edge of promoting mental health recovery and supporting green health and forest craft. And we have, we see the benefits of green activity, green health, green exercise, the impact that has on health inequalities, public health, and we work with a range of partners on community development, including, as Professor McVicker mentioned, looking at social prescribing. Currently, we are leading with a collaborative of other organisations across Highland, the development of a Discovery College, and have been really excited about the potential role that Knocknagael would be supporting, that initiative in terms of providing green space and certainly fitting in with the criteria for our national health our natural health service agenda.
Is there anything you want to say at this stage, or do you prefer later? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judith, and thank you for those comments. I've got other questions, but I'm going to move over to Mr. Forrester from the landowner's perspective on this, just to see whether you or any of your witnesses have any questions about some of the issues arising or any points you want to make at this stage. I'm conscious of the fact that there's a recognition that quantifying the gains on a future site is quite a future proposal is quite difficult, and indeed I think the witnesses to our left kind of recognise that. But one of the things I'd quite like to get the views of the landowners on here is that taking the figures put forward by the appellants, it's something around a benefit of 3.3 million, I think, of the sort of figures they're talking about. And while I recognise that it's not the primary argument, as Mr Carmichael has described it as, for the reasons for refusal, it is nevertheless something we'll want to explore this morning, of the crofting loss versus the community gain. And so it's important to give you an opportunity to ask any questions or make representations that we should take into account in considering the evidence we've got in writing, but also said to us this morning on that community benefit.
I think we'll just reserve it for later on when it's more at our point. I don't think we have much to add at this stage.
So you have no questions at this stage about what you've heard this morning from the various expert representatives?
No, not at this stage.
Sorry.
Come in with one minor point, really, that all these benefits would accrue to Inverness residents. Would that be the thought, or would it be wider?
It could be anyone. Clearly, the organisation is structured as a community benefit organisation as per the definitions within the Act. And the immediate membership would be drawn from a very specific area, but the intention would be, and the hope would be, that we would work with people from, well, anywhere, in truth, who felt they could benefit from what we were doing, and we felt there was a synergy with.
So that's anyone who could travel, anyone would benefit who could get there?
Conceivably, yes.
Could we maybe illustrate that with from Graham?
Yeah, it's just to add to that, that the services that I support at the moment, we go as far to Helmsdale right down to Newtonmore and everywhere in between. So when we talk about young children, families from Action for Children getting access to land, it would be throughout most of Highland. And we would be able to, as an organisation, transport the children, the families to that specific area to give them that experience.
Thank you. Can I move on to a couple of questions on the level of community support and issues relating to community support?
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's a bigger part, sorry. Karen, if you want to say on that issue, please feel free.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, we have spoken about the social and health benefits, but there is as well the access to fresh food. It's quite a key part of the project, and I did wonder whether either Graham and Emma would like to say that, because obviously it is about growing food as well, the project, as well as the recreational area that would have. So,
yeah, I mean, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah,
we have some questions about the kind of food growing,
okay,
the allotments thing, but if you want to say something just now that can lead into this later on, but we do have on our list of questions some issues around the proposed use for allotments.
Okay, we'll wait then, just in case it was forgotten. That was the key benefit.
If we do forget, don't forget to remind me to raise these things. Yeah, a couple of fairly short questions on community support. The information was gathered originally in December 2020 and it was updated in June 2021. And time goes on and matters move on. I wonder if you can give any update as far as you can as to either information you have or any sense that you have about the current level of community support, whether the implications of the COVID pandemic, do you think, has increased or perhaps diminished any levels of community support? How confident can we be that the figures you provided in June 2021, which is now almost 2 years out of date, still represent the current level of community support?
I mean, we are pretty confident that, the consultation we did, which was responded by 390 people, was during the worst bit of COVID. It was an online survey, and even the event we had in the public was attended by more than 40 people. 165 people want an allotment, and that was before we had opened the company for members. We have now, Steve can correct me if it's about 80 or plus members. In February we held a Ceilidh, and that was attended by over 80 people. So we know that there is, if anything, a stronger support, and the difficulty we have is that many people feel frustrated because they would like to just be able to get on and do things. So sometimes people will tell us that they're sort of slightly getting told to continue being in the list of waiting for an allotment. But I think, if anything, I'd say that the support for the project has continued to grow, and more than 50 objections were. Several objections have been made during the planning process as well. So I don't know whether any of the other directors want to add anything. Steve?
Yes, there's over 80 members of Knocknagael Limited. There's 7 pending applications for processing. I think we've had 1 resignation in the period that you're asking about. But there's evidence of growing interest, and we've also had further inquiries from people who would like the opportunity to grow if they can on site and are asking for updates. So, as far as I can tell, in the correspondence, there's growing evidence of interest and need.
I would like to add something.
Yeah, I would just like to add that the community support that we see from the Highland Good Food Partnership. So we're looking at the food system at a regional level, and this project stands out massively as something that we are eagerly watching, not just in Highland, but also as my role as a trustee of Grow Green Scotland, which is supporting community growing across Scotland. So we can see that the appetite in this community is growing. But what I find astounding is that even after however many years, on a decade of the progress of the little progress that the community's managed to make, the level of sustained energy there is quite phenomenal. So I do see that there's support wider than what's particularly perceived within the actual charity that is the Knocknagael. The support is wider than that across Highland. And just to set a sort of context, there's a growing demand for community growing, which is also providing support into this. And in Inverness, we've got currently 99 allotments, and there's 134 on the waiting list. And that's, again, also growing, continuing that need and that support that you're maybe not got them as your members, but the support is bigger than what your membership displays.
Yeah, on that question of wider support, you said you 340 odd replies, that survey. What's the catchment area? How many, if it was online, you didn't send it out, so you don't know how many went out, but how many could have replied?
Yeah, I mean, I think we could probably look at that in the report, but it was because quite a lot of them were from the sort of close by. But I mean, they were basically from Inverness, and we can maybe look at the figures to reply to that question. But it was within Inverness, and some of them around our area. But obviously, we could have gone wider than that if we had had more time. It was within 2 months. But I don't know whether, Steve, do you have anything else to add from the consultation process?
The consultation process was circulated widely using social media, hard copy, and other means. And certainly the focus would have been on Inverness, but anybody was invited and welcome to participate. It was also reported in the mainstream media across Highland. So there was no closure in terms of who could participate and engage with us. But certainly in the main, it was people who were based in Inverness who probably had the most interest in seeing us succeed.
One of the graphs in the research report that was submitted has the exact figures, so I could maybe find that and send it if that's so.
Find that and let us know. And while you're doing that, I'll just pass to Mr. Forrester to ask if you have any questions of what you've heard in relation to the specific issue of community support. Any questions from this side of the table?
No questions from this side.
Thank you. I'll move on to another related topic and give Dr. Del Torre time to find the figures you can. Don't worry if you can't find it. Find it straight away. But I wanted to move on to just one or two questions about the kind of the wider structural arrangements around the governance of Knocknagael Limited, and it's one very open question. I've got some specific questions as well, and I'll again pass to Mr. Forrester to see if he has any questions. I'm looking at the kind of level of skills, the governance arrangements, and the proposals for monitoring, all that information that's provided. Can you say a little bit more about how you can ensure a kind of longer-term confidence and continuity of this organisation to respond to changing circumstances as they go, and how you would again give confidence to ministers that this is a viable, well thought through and considered proposal?
If I can start by just briefly outlining the structure of the organisation, it might help answer the question. We formed a company limited by guarantee, Knocknagael Limited, with a small group of people initially, and then we widened the membership out. And in terms of comforting for, say, succession planning, which is probably an issue I'm sure that you would be interested in, we feel that we do have quite a wide pool of interest from within the company to replace the directors who have to be refreshed according to the articles. We also applied for and achieved charitable status for Knocknagael Limited, which then puts a burden on us to satisfy the standards of Oscar as well as the standards of Companies House. So in terms of our ability to meet statutory requirements in terms of things such as governance or financial jurisprudence, we're probably okay in that respect. And in the long range, the question, would the company, say, for example, run out of people to do the governance side of the operations? I think it wouldn't. And we've already had some changes of directors from within the membership in the time that the company's been trading. So I think technically our company is viable and there should be no impediment in the future.
One of the key things in terms of any organisation is to look forward, and to do that what really matters is not the number of members as a paper exercise, but the number of active members and what is done to draw people in. At this particular stage, we're seeing a growing membership and a growing interest in the organisation when we don't actually have the asset. So this is before we actually have things for people to evidently participate in. We've been doing that by a number of related, you could call them social exercises, by having site visits, other events, visits to orchards or whatever, relevant things that will draw people in. Looking forward, as if the bid were to be successful, the minute the first activity starts on the ground, more people will take an interest. And it then becomes incumbent upon us as the original directors to ensure that people are able to participate as fully as they can. And that activity we will almost certainly see that activity grow. I think there are numerous other examples of community growing activities where once the core project is off the ground, more and more people get involved and more people are involved in a way that makes it sustainable. Can we guarantee that this will happen indefinitely? No, nobody can. But I think once the structure of the organisation, the nature of the membership, the open membership, the fact that it's open on an associate basis to people from outside of the immediate area and outside of Inverness, goes as far as we probably reasonably can to ensure that the structure is right to keep bringing people in. What can I say beyond that? I think what is absolutely the case is that all the current directors are very much committed to that openness and very much committed to the concept of this being a long-term project. I shouldn't name names, but when I first appeared, one of the things I was struck by was people talking about this wanting this project to go well below their lifetime. So the commitment is there. There is no doubt about that. And what we would be doing is taking whatever advice we can from DTAS, HI, or any other source of advice, other comparable organisations, on how they go about ensuring this. We had a recent meeting with Dunblane, was it? Yes, a Dunblane community growing project, and that's a very factor that we were really interested to hear about from them. How do they look to continuity? So
the other thing to add is that the skills within the directors and the membership. It's really why Gordon had been head of finance. You know, we do have the set of skills is within the directors. There's people that run businesses, and we've got the membership, quite an incredible range of different professionals, as well as people that have practical experience. So in that sense, it is quite a strength of the organisation. And the other point that I think is important for the panel to be aware is that there's a number of community initiatives in Inverness. We've got 2 community woodlands that have been, and those projects, once the ownership has been in the community, have really exponentially developed. And there is a culture, really, I think, with starting to develop about being involved in this event. So, in that sense, I think it's the right. We're in a good place to develop the project. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My next question, actually, Gordon, was partly answered already, and indeed yourself, listening to the Dunblane example. And I'm just interested in the extent to which you've looked at other successful projects of this nature, both in terms of what you would do to make it work on the ground, but also in terms of governance arrangements. And again, my question is, you mentioned Dunblane. Are there other examples you've looked at as exemplars, as people who've done this successfully, that you could learn from?
We've been collaborating a little bit with the Natural Vegetable Company, which is a small croft that sort of grows vegetables just not far from Knocknagael, and they been keen to share some skills, you know, training, and they run a successful box scheme for about 100 families. And I mean, I know Emma could probably speak about that. There's a couple of other projects we're in touch, like Not Farrow Produce and through the Highland Good Food Conversation. So there is quite a network of support within the Highlands for that, as well as the learning from other further afield experiences we've done. I don't know whether do you want to add anything, Emma, about
I think what I would add is that there's a network of support here in Highland in terms of community growing. So first and foremost, that's supported through the Growing Our Future community growing strategy. And I had the privilege to write that a few years ago and go around the whole of the Highlands and speak to people that are involved in community growing on different scales, on different models, whether that's allotments, orchards, or actively sort of collective kind of community growing spaces. And within the Highland Good Food Partnership, we work in partnership with the Highland Council, and there's now a community growing officer that is in the Highland Council. And within that, we support a group that's a sort of a thematic group on community growing, so it brings community growers from across the region together to support each other. And so what I'm trying to say is that there's a platform there to learn from. There's a platform there for people to guide and to support, and not only on the community grown aspect, because I think there's potential with this project to go beyond just what you can. This could be scaled up to produce significant amount of food, which we do see from the Natural Veg Company close by, which with 1 acre of land mesmerises me, phenomenal growing skills, managed to feed 100 households a fortnight with a veggie box scheme. So it's not just the community sector we can be learning from, as Maria was saying there, there's scope to be learning from other small-scale vegetable growing organisations. And again, they're all part of a local producers group within the Highland Good Food Partnership that we would be easily networking up with and sharing. So I guess I would conclude by saying that there's a strong network in Highland, both for community growing and on that small-scale producer growing, that we would be really keen to be sharing the lessons learned and be actively working with this community should they were given the opportunity to do it.
I've one further question, a very specific question about the risk register, then I'll open up to fellow panellists, Mr Forrester, to any questions that he may have. The question in relation to risk register, and again I'm conscious that the business case is quite up to date and has been updated, but it's still inevitably time moves on. And my question, I guess, is to ask the appellants in relation to their planning for recruitment of staff and economic activity. Economic activity in the UK, of course, has become even more unpredictable in recent times, with questions of issues of levels of employment and unemployment and recruitment and the like. And I wonder whether it would be possible to give an update on your sense in risk register terms as to what the current position of economic activity within the UK is, and whether that impacts, as far as you can make out, on your ability to recruit. I think the people that you need, whether the volunteers or employed staff, has it become more difficult? Might it become more expensive? Might you end up having to pay a higher salary? What thought have you given to that in more recent times as the economy has changed?
I mean, I think we had, when I suppose we're thinking of that as part of the next agenda, but we had actually looked at the Scottish Land Fund application, and we, one of our part of that was to sort of get some funds to get a sort of a part-time project officer that would allow us really to, get the project going. In particular, the grant funding application stage, that is would be set the project going. But part of the way the project has been developed or thought through is that by facing it, it's possible to do quite a lot of the things through volunteers. And then, as you build up momentum, you'll be able to raise funds to be able to employ more staff. So I think that, that risk is being managed by facing the project. That's always been the intention, that, the project will need to start little by little. And we anticipated, when I look back at the Scottish Land Fund, we anticipated it could take 1 or 2 years, from acquiring the asset to be able to have the infrastructure in place. It needs a time to build, so that's about managing the risks by planning it properly and making sure that we're gradually sort of implementing its stage and sort of being flexible. So I don't know whether Gordon or Steve have anything to add.
Could I just come in on that and say I think it's a very valid point to raise about the trends in the economy and the demographics from an employment point of view. But is it not also fair to say that the economy is not actually in free fall, and this is more of a cash flow issue and a supply chain issue than anything else? And certainly in terms of funding applications, we would be lodging an application or pursuing the application to Scottish Land Fund for Stage 2 funding. But I would anticipate we would also be approaching some of the companies in the UK that are seeking carbon offsetting to, without putting a harsh term to it, greenwash their profit base. Particularly, I can think of 1 or 2 of the energy companies that I know are already approaching charities, trying to find opportunities to give them unrestricted funding, partly as an apology possibly for what's been happening elsewhere, but also because they want to be seen to be doing something in terms of giving back. And I have no doubt that Knocknagael Limited would seek to avail itself of these opportunities if we then get to the point of acquiring the asset. So we're in a kind of a stall position at the moment, subject to the conclusion of your hearing and the recommendations and the Minister's final decisions in the matter. It's also fair to say that, yes, we would possibly have to address issues such as increased costs for salaries, pensions, etc. But the difficulty of that at the moment is that we can't really predict or envisage where we go with that until we get past this point. Otherwise, it's a bit academic. But yes, we would certainly have to review the figures and increase the funding basis, assuming that our appeal is successful.
The risk register presupposes acceptance, I suppose, of success of the appeal. It's not a risk register about the acquisition process. It's a risk register relating to the process that follows from that. And I can see that makes sense.
We do have the business plan. There is a lot of working, sort of a live document about how we would go about developing the stages. So we sort of, we can explain that a little bit more in more detail if interested.
Okay, I don't know if any other panellists have any issues on that. In which case I'll go to Mr Forrester to ask if you have any questions. And I'm specifically thinking here about the evidence related to the skills, the governance arrangements, things of that sort of nature. Anything in this phase of the discussion that you want to probe or ask questions about?
I don't have any specific in relation to those points. I just want to, I imagine the panel will come to this, but just to cover the point about evidence of other sites is the secondary point in the agenda, point 1, and whether the community group has looked at it, and in terms of delivering the same or analogous benefits. But I imagine the panel will come on to that.
I mean, I still, we do want to explore a little bit the kind of options in relation to the alternative sites. And what I'd be interested to hear later on is what those discussions, the nature of those discussions, and why they've not come to fruition rather than anything else. So it may be there's something here at this stage you can say in answer to that specific question about those other sites, as opposed to the kind of discussion process.
If there's any general comment I would make, it's my understanding from the legislation and the publicly available guidance that is incumbent on the owners of the asset to engage proactively with the applicants. And if we're being asked to provide evidence of looking for alternative sites, I would hope that evidence could be supplied by the asset owners of what their engagement in terms of proactivity actually was, because I think we'd be very interested to hear about that.
Okay, well, your stage just now, as Mr. Forster is asking the questions, rather than necessarily answering them, they might want to bring your witnesses in if you think that's appropriate at this stage.
Yeah, I think it is covered to some extent in Mr. Carmichael's recognition, but I would pass to him to perhaps comment.
Yeah, sorry, excuse me. The only comment would be that, you know, the land that we have is currently not surplus, and it's, you know, fully utilised either by the Knocknagael bull stud or by a short, long-term duration tenancy on our neighbouring unit at Knocknagael, so, or in Balrobert, so we don't have any surplus land.
Okay, well, I think we come to that in respect to the points I suggested a little bit later on. Okay, I think that probably is us for item 1.
Talk about apportionments, allotments just now.
Because, yes, happy to bring in the question of allotments at this stage. We're quite interested in the kind of the balance that's being struck in relation to the question of the crofting balance against the allotment need. We've noted in Mr. Carmichael's recognition, you've indicated that within the same legislation that this precedes, the 2015 Act, there's also a part of that Act that relates to the allotments. But you make the point that Part 9, I think you say it's all, but certainly primarily to do with the letting of allotments by local authorities. And I think that's largely so, but there is a provision there which requires both the Scottish Government and local authorities to adopt a food strategy. And certainly in terms of the application, it's one of the benefits that's put forward, and in fact you have the witness here today to speak about that, is the question about the support for allotments. So the question in our mind, I think, of asking whether it is the case, is probably addressed to the landowners, as to whether there's not, nevertheless, some support in the 2015 Act for the use of allotments through the Highland Council's policy on food growing. And our first question, I suppose, is do you accept that, or is your position that Part 9 has nothing to do with anything other than local authority lets of allotments?
That's to Mr. Carmichael. Apologies. I think the position of RIPID is as set out in paragraph 211 of Mr. Carmichael's recognition that the term allotment, in terms of the 2015 Act, relates to land leased or owned by a local authority, primarily.
I wonder then if we could bring in the views of the appellants in relation to, obviously allotments is an important part of the application and is a factor, I think, in the application, as one of the, I think page 18 of the application narrates at length both the Highland Council's policy, but also the Scottish Government's Food for a Nation policy. And it'd be useful perhaps to hear a little bit about the significance of those policy factors in the balance that we have to take account of in looking at the issues in our recommendations.
One thing I'd like to ask, and I'll ask him as well to speak at this point, is that, you know, there has been quite recently a parliamentary report recommending Scottish Government does more on ensuring that allotments are provided. So we do feel that it's, you know, it's incumbent on Scottish Government as the owner of that asset that is in a prime position to deliver more for the local community. It's a farm that at the moment is severed from the community. It's nestled in, so, and Inverness doesn't have any allotment sites, you know, two very small, and they are not, one of them is actually on a lease for 5 years, so it's quite a temporary arrangement, and it is a gap we've got in Inverness, so I think it would be an ideal opportunity really to, you know, there is a strong case, I would say, on that basis together, but I don't know whether Emma can add anything more from her experience.
I think I would just reiterate some figures that I mentioned earlier, which is that there's 99 allotment spaces in Inverness and there's 134 people on the waiting list. And that waiting list doesn't really reflect the amount of people that anecdotally talk about wishing that they had access to community grown land. And I think to slightly just to add to the whole allotment concept, in that my work so far in community grown in Highland has shown that people want more than allotments. They want orchards and they want community grown spaces as well. And there's a huge richness that you can find in taking the approach that sort of that multi-layered approach that this proposal has. And my national experience of working in community grown is that allotments are a far bigger thing in the central belt than they are here. So I just want to really emphasise the point that people in this community are really quite keen on the community grown togetherness element as well as the allotment element, and a lot of the richness that we're hearing about from the third sector and the Natural Health Service, that kind of communal grown space is really, really important. I think I would just add here, without going off on too much of a tangent, that there's so much ambitious legislation out there in Scotland. What a time to be alive in, between our climate change legislation, our community empowerment legislation, our Good Food Nation Act that's just come through, and the other pieces of legislation related to food that are in process, and we're now going to find ourselves in a situation whereby we're developing a national food strategy, and then we're going to be looking at local food strategies, and community growing is a massive jigsaw piece to that whole agenda, and I think we can't really underestimate that. And I think we just need to be really ambitious about what our future looks like. We have to think differently. We have to be different to adapt to this new world. And community growing just provides such a great platform for that. And I think that when we look at the land ownership model in this country, it's near on impossible for individuals and communities to access land to actually grow, which then aligns with all this ambitious legislation that we then have as a nation. And I think that if our local authorities and our Scottish Government can't be supporting these ambitious agendas that they set, then I don't know where communities are actually going to end up finding the support to then access the land that they need to. So what I would just really sort of emphasise here is that on one hand, as a nation, we are super ambitious. There's people, we've got one of the leading legislation there to support this level of community involvement in their own food production, which ties in with the resilience agenda when we're thinking about climate change, and we're thinking about what we've just seen in the last few weeks, where we've had rationing on our supermarket shelves. We need to localise our food supply, and our communities are a fantastic vehicle to start doing that, so that we can build resilience. We can implement these pieces of legislation. We can sort of take forward these pieces of legislation that make us stand out on a world kind of stage of being ambitious. But the community need access to land to do that. And if they're not going to get that support from the local authority or the Scottish Government, that makes that almost all that ambition almost impossible to realise. So that's all I can really add to that.
So would you say the Highland Council's policy on food growing and the Scottish Government's Food for a Nation policies, would you say that that would be supportive of the evidence you're giving today?
Absolutely. So the Highland Council's Growing Our Future community food growing strategy that came out of the requirement from the Community Empowerment Act actually physically even details Knocknagael as a fantastic case study of a community trying to come together to create that holistic approach to community growing, tackling the multiple benefits of community growing, from climate change to biodiversity to health, and building that resilience and social cohesion that we're all talking about would be the benefits of it. So in terms of Highland Council policy, that's woven right in strongly through the one piece of the one strategy that exists on food growing. But for context, nationally, we are developing our national food plan, which is coming out of the Good Food Nation piece of legislation. Now that will have to be complete by September 2024, and from that there'll then be local food plans. And here in Highland, the Highland Good Food Partnership is working with the NHS, with the Highland Council, with Highlands and Isles Enterprise, and this members from the Scottish Crofton Federation, and we're trying to pull in the National Farmers Union from Scotland, so that we take a holistic approach to this, where we're all integrated and working together to create this integrated food strategy that involves us all. So in terms of, is there support for this holistic approach locally and nationally, my opinion is absolutely yes.
Just looking at from the applicant's perspective, and I appreciate that the witnesses here for the landowners of this particular site are only 3 of, I don't know how many Scottish Government employees there are these days, and don't have policy responsibility for other areas. I'm not sure if allotment policy is something that's within rural affairs or whether it's within a different part of the Scottish Government, but I presume it's not within the areas represented by any of the witnesses to our right. But I suppose the question really, in my mind, is the extent to which that policy driver alluded to by the appellants has been taken into account in the decision-making processes by the landowners in this case, or is it the case that you believe Part 9 has nothing to do with this site, despite the reference that was made there to it, that no regard was had to that? What is the Scottish Government view in relation to this application in the context of allotments?
I would say that it's not that regard has been given to it. I think you said earlier that it's a balancing act between, in this case, the benefit of the stud farm and the proposal, and the existing use of the field has both local and national benefits in terms of food. So I would say it's not inconsistent. The RIPID do not discount the community benefits of the proposal. It's not being refused on community benefit grounds. It's just that at present the land is already used in terms of the general crofting policy and providing for the bull stud farm, and as such it is not available for the proposed use. That's not to say that RIPID would not be open to considering alternate sites which could provide the same benefit. It's just that this particular site is not available for that use at this stage. I think it's RIPID's position that Knocknagael Limited have not considered any other fields at this time, and that RIPID could consider making other land available in the future. But it is likely that that would be in the year 2027, once they've been able to carry out a full review of their land holding. That's the next time that this would be reviewed.
We'll come back to those issues a bit later on, I think, about the review processes. I suppose my last question, for Pastor Ross, my last question is whether an internal consultation took place in relation to this application with policy colleagues who have responsibility for allotments, and if so, what did they say?
No, there wasn't an internal. It was a decision on basically current management practices of the Bill Stud Farm, as we are the property managers at the moment within the Scottish Government.
Thanks. Just looking at your allotments plans in particular, you're talking about 255 allotments. Just wondering what you thought the turnover would be, how many would be let, how many would be empty at any one time, how many that you would be using, because you're talking about working with local producers. So if you're producing stuff to sell, then you would need to take control of some yourself, obviously. And just, I wasn't clear where the £900 a year average came from. And my last point on it really was, if you are letting 200 odd allotments to different people, and they all want to turn up on a sunny Sunday afternoon in July, where are they going to park?
Yeah, a couple of thoughts, and then I'll invite some of the others if they want to come. I think the initial stage one is about 100 allotments, and there is the idea there's the ones at the entrance would be larger for groups to be able to access them, or for charities, and then having different sizes for people to be able to. Some people prefer to have a small site, others are more ambitious. So that would be, and I think from the experience we've got from speaking with some of the other allotment holders, allotments in Blackthorn, some of people stay for quite a long time. Other times they have a faster turnover, and you sort of have somebody that keeps the process going, making sure that the plots are being well used. So I think, once that was set up, we would have a management committee that would look at that, or a committee that would work that. I mean, it's sort of early days, but certainly we have been discussing with other allotments how they run it, and taking on board their experience in terms of the car park as well. We are planning again that you could have an initial space dedicated for cars, and that could be expanded as well, partly just to, if we found out the costs were too much, but that, it would be also designed to allow for buses or vehicles that are for maybe accessible users, or schools. So that would be the plan. But, quite a big drive of the project is to encourage people to walk and cycle. That's why the location is so key. So we would be making sure there's facilities for electric bikes. Steve is quite a keen supporter of that, and then also enabling people to walk, and then having tools there available for sharing, so that would reduce the need for people to take cars. So it's so there's a balance there, I think, in terms of expecting everybody to just turn up with a car, but it's that's the hope. We could encourage as many people as possible just to walk and cycle. Gordon, is there anything else you want to add, or?
In Inverness is the Blackthorn allotment. Theirs is a different situation insofar as their landlord is private. There are 40, I believe it's just over 40 allotments on site. The lease arrangement they have is such that they have no long-term guarantee, which is a key factor in all this. However, despite all that, what they have done in 10 years is seriously impressive, and in some ways, in hindsight, if we could have had a site visit there yesterday, it would have been really very revealing. They have a car park area which, as I understand it, is virtually never full, because, as Maria rightly says, the site, the accessibility of the site we saw yesterday is a key factor in all this, and that the chances of 255 people wanting to arrive there when they can walk, cycle or take a bus very easily is limited. So, sorry, I've slightly lost the thread there, but I think the accessibility of the site, combined with the experience of people nearby, is a key factor in this. As in although it's an aside, the idea of allotments being solely something that local authority provides, something touched on earlier. Regardless of which piece of legislation is referred to, that does not conform to a common sense or real understanding of what allotments are. Allotments can be on any piece of land owned by any person that is made available for other people to use in real life.
This land is not actually covered by the Allotments Act, which is for local authorities, as has been rightly pointed out by the asset owners. So the size of plots and the way in which those plots are distributed or used is flexible. And also reference has been made by witness to the importance of community growing. So I think it would be slightly limiting if this was seen simply as allotments plus community growing, when actually the wider vision of Knocknagael Limited is for community growing, including allotments. And even then, what constitutes an allotment would be up to the company to decide if it acquires the asset. When it comes to the question of access, quite rightly you've pointed that one out, and it is next to a bus stop, and would have access for car parking and for cycling and walking, as has been outlined in the plans. It's actually one of the reasons why that site is of particular interest to Knocknagael Limited, because it is immediately adjoining urban development. It's at the edge of the urban development on the south side of Inverness, as you will have seen yesterday in your visit, but it's right next to a bus stop, which hopefully would mean that people who use the site would be able to use public transport to reach it.
And just to re-emphasise, don't think anybody missed it, but active travel is a big part of what we're trying to promote through this whole initiative. So not only are we hoping people will walk and cycle, we'll be actively encouraging them to. That will be the physical, the benefits of physical activity and just getting there as well as being there are going to be a significant part of this initiative.
And your figure of £900, which again you were saying that they might not all be as allotments as we're using that as a...
We'll check that. Just I think there's about 40 to 60 car parking spaces in the plan, so you can have a look at that if needed in the drawings.
In your benefits, you're assuming an average of £900 per allotment, average. And find the page in your Appendix 3. 255 allotments, economic impact, initial phase 1, 199 times £900, phase 2, 265 times 900, even though you've only got 255 allotments, so you're claiming £238,500.
Is it in the community benefits or is it in the
It's under community benefits, Appendix 3. I think that's your community and transfer request document that I'm, asset transfer request form that I'm looking at, Appendix 3.
Page 70.
70.
On the asset transfer.
Sorry, page 44, says in mine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think, let me just see.
Page 44.
That was looking at the savings per plot that people save. A family could save between 800 and 1,000 per year, in terms of food bills. So that was the way it was calculated. So he was looking at, if you got an average on 199 people that would benefit of that saving. So that would be the amount that, the way you come through this 500,000 at phase 2. So that's the idea.
So that 900, 800 to £1,000, is that from the, where does that figure come from?
It comes from a study. A study, we can find the reference, but it's basically looking at the average you would have as a family if you were growing your own food or accessing a vegetable box in terms of savings from having to purchase vegetables on a supermarket. So that's, if you look around a year, it's probably for a family. It's not. I think it's probably a reasonable calculation.
Well, yeah, that's what we're asking. Yeah.
Can I just briefly comment? I actually read that. I didn't realise which figure you were referring to, but I was reading over various papers last night, and over the last 4 years or so, I've actually been measuring quite specifically what I've been getting out of my own garden, and oddly enough, I thought that's pretty much spot on. So it's not, whatever study it's been taken from, anecdotal, I know, but I could confirm that that is a reasonable estimate of produce out of a fairly small garden. So.
We could probably provide the reference to make sure that's, because I can't find it just here, but that's something.
Anecdotal's fine, but if you think you can find an actual reference, just to source it would be pretty quite useful for us.
It's based on a study, so it's, it's the figure we've had to hand.
I'm suggesting we take a break just now, but Mr. Forrester, before we take that break, just to close this off, I think that will finish off item 2, unless Judith's got a further. Judith, I have a question first of all, then I'll pass to Mr. Forrester.
Right. I am conscious that we're heading into time when we said we take a break. It was actually triggered by Mr. Forrester's answer to one of these recent questions. And this was the one about ARPID could be open to looking at alternative sites. But you didn't think that Knocknagael had actually considered any. Now, my understanding, and when we were on the site visit yesterday, is actually our attention was drawn to the field, the other side of the access track. And we've got in the original ATS comment from Knocknagael Limited about why they don't see that as being as acceptable or suitable. But could I just confirm from the conversation that we had on site, I'm pretty certain, and I apologise, I can't remember which of you said this, but when we talked about that field, you said that it was under the same cropping rotation as the Smiddy field. So although it's currently at grass and has got some winter sheep grazing on it, it's in the same oats, barley, grass rotation, and therefore can I assume that it's also of a similar agricultural grade? I know that the terrain, the actual topography is slightly different, but I'd just like a bit of clarification on that.
Yeah, I can comment on that. I could confirm that the field is part of the same rotation as the Smiddy field, but the land class is slightly less at 3.2. The prime field is the Smiddy field.
Can I just, on that technical bit, you're saying that it's classed as 3.2. Is that because within that one field unit you do have the different topography? So actually the bank within that area, which is a larger field than the Smiddy field, is the bit that effectively downgrades that overall field unit?
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
I'd just like to come back on a couple of the points that were raised in respect of the economic impact there. I just note that it was suggested that in phase 1 the figure would be 100 allotments. I'm just noting that in terms of the figures on page 44, they suggest 199 allotments at phase 1. I'm just wondering if those figures have required to be updated in line with the current plan. And a second point, I'm just wondering if these costs take into account the growing costs in respect of what is being grown.
The costs are based on studies that have been carried out, so they will have taken that into account. So it's based on a standard approach, we assume. So,
I mean, I'm not suggesting you should necessarily have that information available today, but obviously the sooner you have it, we'll make a judgment at the end of our hearing about what further information is required. But if you could note that as a piece of information, because that sounds if that might be something which the landowners would want to interrogate a little bit further, potentially, when they see the evidence concerned.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. I think we have probably got to the end of item 1, which is a positive. It's 12:15 just now. I was going to suggest take a short break just now, a short comfort stop. I don't know if 10 minutes is enough or whether you'd like a little bit more.
Apologies to interrupt again. I'm just wondering if we have fully bottomed out the alternate site situation. We have discussed alternative land offered by the ministers. I'm just wondering if any consideration has been given by Knocknagael Limited of land owned by local authorities or other bodies.
Before we move to that issue, I'm just conscious that some of the witnesses will need to leave.
Okay.
So, I know that one of them is getting a train, so I did wonder if there was anything they wanted to say before they left, or you wanted to ask them before, that might be the chance.
Well, we can do that then come to Mr. Fox.
If you don't mind, just because I'm conscious that somebody has a train to
pick. If you have to go, that's absolutely fine, because we're more or less finished this section, but if there is anything further, just to sort of sum up or say anything that we've not heard already, then that would be useful.
I'm hoping this might add a little bit of value, although I'm not sure that I think you're convinced that this has got good community benefit. So this is probably adding to something that you perhaps already agree with. But I think from my experience of in the community growing sector is the ripple effect that one project can have on not just on a region but on the nation. And the approach that's taken here, as I said earlier, regionally and nationally, we're looking at this to see what's going to be the outcome of this, because it is really exciting what the proposed model is here. And maybe 6 or 7 years ago, I set up a small community growing charity in a village here in Highlands, and the project's called Move Food. And what fascinated me the most is that we do talk about monitoring projects and what the benefits are. And yeah, there were benefits of working with job seekers and helping them get back into work, or there were benefits to working with the schools, and all of that you could measure. But what fascinated me was you could never measure the ripple effects, the people that were then inspired to go off and start to grow in their back gardens, or other communities that went off to then start doing something similar. So I would add that the added value as a region and as a country to a project like this is actually quite grand. So that's one thing I really wanted to kind of emphasise. And the second thing I'd like to emphasise is that we are in a time in history where we need to think differently. We need to do things different from how we've done them in the past for multiple different reasons, whether that's the climate and our environmental crisis, whether it's our health situation. And we need to be thinking about the next generation of children that are coming through. And this particular project has got 6 or 7 schools beside it, all within walking distance. There's actually potential to change what a generation thinks about food. And I think that in support of both sides, that we really need to be thinking about the future of food in Scotland, and we need to be encouraging our young people to be moving into that sector. Right now that's a bit of a challenge, and I think it's a growing sector. And I think the way to think about what future skills we're going to need in this country is we need to get kids connected to the land. We need to get them thinking about, we need to understand where their food comes from. And a project like this is invaluable. And just to go back to that project that I was involved in Muirvord, that particular primary school there, Taradale Primary School, is one of the feeder-in schools to Dingwall Academy. And the head teacher, and sorry, this is anecdotal, but this is a lot of what happens when you work in the community sector. The head teacher said to me on several occasions that she can absolutely and utterly spot the kids that come from Taradale Primary School because they're far more environmentally conscious, whether that's talking about how they travel or talking about their energy supply for the school, or whether they're making different choices around packaging and how their food comes and whatever. So I think that we can't underestimate the power that a project like this has to actually change how a generation think. and connecting them to the land, which I think benefits our farmers, our crofters, our community growing sector, but we need to be planning for the future. So massive asset to Highlands and a massive asset to Inverness. And I think anything else that I wanted to share I probably have already, so it was more that school benefit and thinking about future in terms of our skills and trying to encourage kids to be part of land management and connecting to the land is really valuable. And the fact that I do need to go and catch a train, but I'll be really interested to hear how this how this hearing concludes in the days and weeks to come, because this really would be an exciting thing for not just you all, but for the whole Highland region and for Scotland to see that we're moving in this really kind of progressive direction.
Any of the other? I know that Graham, you also need to leave.
Can I just, because I've got to go out to the day job very soon. It's just to kind of reinforce the passion I have for supporting such a project with all children and families. And it's not just the food aspect of it. You know, we've had a project in the past where we called it from the ground to the plate, and that's really important. And that says what it is on the tin, with the ground to the plate, that we get the families involved in the whole process. The tending the land, the growing the food, the picking the food, the cooking it, and they understand that whole process. But there's a massive element in here in relation to a lot of the children and the families and this is the now. This is what's happening now in relation to post-COVID. We've got people really suffering from poverty, mental health and trauma based in the Highlands. And this sort of access to an outsourced space, a safe space as we call it, and that's what the families call it, somewhere they can go and just sit and use their senses. They can look, they can listen, they can smell. Real, live, day-to-day things. Children can play and use their imagination. They don't need structured play. I don't know if you remember being a kid, but I've still got my kids inside me. I remember using my imagination and having an access to play. And the reason that as an organisation we're so keen to get involved in it is to give children and families that opportunity to sit together, to be together, to play together, to grow food together, to share things together. There's lots of structural things that we do. Relation to, we've got the John Muir Award that we use with our young people, and that's to discover, explore, conserve and share a well place. That's one of the things we've done. We've done bushcraft skills. But I think the most important thing for me as an organisation is to give our children and families and adults access to a safe place for their own mental health and their trauma. Thank you.
Alex and
is there anyone else who has to
go? Closing this, maybe if there's anything you wanted to add.
No, I think we come from the same angle as Graham there. It would provide a very safe space, a constructive space for folk to go to communicate, to make friends, to make relationships, build up their self-esteem and their need to be productive in their daily lives as well, have something to do, something that's there, something that they can, that's consistent in their lives, where they've maybe suffered from trauma before, things haven't been consistent. This could give a lot of folk in the community and in our services as a group sitting here access to something that is really productive and would be fantastic for the community in general. I think, that's why we would support such a good project.
And I just want to reiterate what has been said by my colleagues here. I think as an organisation, we're really excited about what is being proposed here. There are huge opportunities for us to change the face of the way things have been done traditionally and actually be leaders for something which is different. My area is in supporting people who experience significant mental health issues, and we also research some of the work that we do. There is, an evidence base there for the difference that just having ordinary access to green space can make in people's lives can really significantly impact on emotional well-being.
Okay, thank you. I'm grateful for those comments by your summary of the representations, and I'm going to break. We'll come back to the question of alternatives, but I think we'll break just now till 12:10, and that'll let us change around and witnesses go and go back to other jobs and catch trains and things. So thank you for your attendance this morning, and we'll break till 12:10. Thank you. So just slightly after 12:10. I think before the break we said we'd touch a little bit on issues of alternatives, which is certainly on our list of questions as well. I think there's been three dimensions to the alternatives, one of which is the question posed by Mr Forrester of the appellants to give us a brief summary as to what alternatives to the proposed sites were considered. I guess it might touch on evidence we'll hear this afternoon from the landowners' point of view as to what alternatives they have to the provision and the use of this site if the appeal were allowed. So there's that dimension of things. But also in my mind is the question of the interrelationship with the Balrobert site in 2027 and the understanding I have, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, that the initial proposals for the application site wouldn't involve the use of all of the land, at least in the early phases, and I'd be quite keen to explore the extent to which there has been discussion or could be discussion about the taking of a smaller site or the taking of a site and a lease back, for example, to ARPID to cover the period between now and 2027, when at least the possibility might arise of the site at Balrobert becoming available. And it would be interesting to hear views and some of the practical issues as to whether that's feasible or not feasible. The reason I mentioned the Balrobert site again, I'm conscious from seeing and reading the papers that there were some discussions a little while ago, 2-3 years ago, and when you take yourself back 2-3 years, 2027 is a long way away. We're now in 2023. It's likely that by the time this process goes through and time's allowed for funding applications, it might be into 2024 before a sale, if approved, were granted, and then the time between now and 2027 is reduced accordingly. So it's I think, an issue just worth exploring as to whether there may be some interim arrangements without wanting to solutionise too much, which is not our role. We are quite keen to understand the extent to which those discussions have or have not taken place about the idea of either a reduced acquisition site or the possibility of a lease back. The advantage to me, it seems to me, was that the guidance points parties to look at questions of mutual benefit of that sort of nature. Paragraph 3.6 of the guidance encourages parties to do that, but it would also assist the cash flow of the appellants if they were to get a blue chip tenant for those 3 years, giving them some money up until the Balrobert site becomes available. Now, you may well both come and tell me that this was completely unfeasible and is not a practical suggestion. So there are three things. First of all, is other alternatives not the appeal site? Second is anything you want to say just now, and you may not want to say as to why this site is so crucial to be retained. And as that third dimension then of the question as to whether there isn't some mutually beneficial alternative that might be open to parties to bridge the period through to 2027. And I'll start with the appellants.
Can I start with the first thing, and then we'll maybe draw in Gordon as well to some of this. I think in terms of the offer of the field, we haven't really been offered an alternative site. It was sort of very vaguely mentioned, but in one of the meetings. So what Knocknagael did is, as part of our asset transfer request, we looked at the two fields, the one that we were interested in and the one adjacent, and we primarily did a feasibility assessment of its suitability because it was at the time allocated under the local development plan as a community space. So we felt that was the most, it was a rationale to look at that.
Is 51?
So it's IN 60.
60.
Sorry, IN 51. Yeah.
IN 51, thank you.
And we came to the conclusion that the field had no direct safe access on foot because it's severed by the flood alleviation channel, and that also creates a hazard. If you've got groups, children's families that may need groups that may need supervision, and the field is a lot more distant from some of the other schools and more deprived areas, that we are trying to encourage a use of the site. And the other issue that is a big factor is that it's not possible to create a vehicular access due to Essex Road being too narrow and the crossing with Torbreck Road. So, but we do feel that field can continue to be used for agriculture, and to provide crops and straw for the bull farm. While the Smiddy field, it has a number of advantages that, as we sort of went into detail in explaining in the asset transfer, that it's already adjacent to a development, so you could actually make the most, take the opportunity to link up and make with the edge of the development and make it an area that is open for recreation. It has no hazards, it's safe and easily accessible, and vehicular access is already possible through the farm access road. The landscape report included a design of the car park which showed that the access to the car park could be easily made. And we had a discussion with a transport planner who advised us that it would be straightforward. The access could also be made so it doesn't interfere with tractors from the farm, and so it could be quite straightforward, and also quite significant for a charity. It could be something affordable, compared to having to build a new vehicular access. I think so. That is in terms of what we would argue in terms of the suitability of the field. Gordon, sorry, I've lost track of the other two questions you had. So that was
The other question is the potential for the site for a shared usage in the period through till 2027, when it might there might be a potential way forward to being available and allowing an alternative from the landowners to secure the benefits they've identified already in relation to the needs for the stud farm.
If I could just speak to that, I think we would have welcomed an opportunity to engage in some kind of dialogue with ARPID. In fact, we've been looking for this from the outset, and Mr. Carmichael will recall a meeting that we had to press for one occasion, which we did video link, to try and look at the whole situation. And the legislation does make reference to there being a pre-application stage during which the parties should be able to explore issues such as alternative land. I'd like to find out from the other side, if we could, what they felt was done in that regard, because our experience, I think, up to date, it's been somewhat missing, to the extent, for example, that we've had to pay the valuation in full ourselves twice with no assistance from ARPID. And we find ourselves today hearing discussion about the idea of alternative sites. But we haven't actually been able to get that engagement prior to this. So I know that there's an idea that maybe it's incumbent upon Knocknagael Limited to identify alternative sites. We've already heard from Mr. Carmichael that there is none available at all as far as Knocknagael is concerned. And there may be an offer possibly of something coming forward. You've mentioned 2027. To my recollection, I think that's the first time we've heard of this. So I'd be very interested to hear how they saw the pre-application stage. Not seeing much evidence of it, to be frank.
The other go ahead. We did, just to add to what Steve said, we did have during the intervening process, we did have a temporary principal officer Angus Cameron, who did actually, when we were in the process of developing the asset transfer and the feasibility study, we sort of informed him, and he said, well, he offered to meet Knocknagael and did propose to fence half of the field, and that was during COVID, and to start using the field the next spring, which was actually a bit too early. And he said that the half of the field would need to continue to be used until Robert Farm. So that was, specifically happened. So that was what we used as a guidance in our proposal, because we assumed that that would allow both the project to start on Knocknagael and to have a continued access of the field until Robert was available, until that time that it was required. But we certainly use that as a reference to thinking that that was possibly based on the information that was available at the time. You want to say?
Briefly. Can I just say that my first involvement with, or first contact with ARPID was on a meeting in April 21, a meeting held by Teams, when we met with a number of Scottish Government officials, ARPID and the Property Division. And we were told, firstly, that the temporary Principal Agricultural Officer that Maria had referred to, had spoken out with his authority, which clearly we couldn't know until that point. But B, that from their point of view, the field was not available at all. No alternatives were discussed or offered at that stage. And I very specifically asked the question in relation to the Balrobert lease, if they were able to give any indication as to at what point there might be a basis for further discussions, and was told no, they couldn't say.
I mean, I'd first of all say, I'll ask Mr. Forster to respond to that. I hear what you're saying. I did see something about a suggestion somebody may have spoken beyond the authority they had. I should say, from our perspective, I'm not sure there's very much that we would really place on that. If somebody from ARPID endeavouring to achieve some sort of resolution or conciliation between parties may have spoken beyond authority, I'll leave to others to say, but I'll assume that was done in good faith, and if somebody was trying to help and misspoke, I don't think it's necessarily fair to hold that against them. So I'm not sure we need to explore that particularly, if that had been done in dialogue between parties. But more generally, Mr. Forrester.
I will pass to Mr. Carmichael to speak to discussions in respect of alternate sites. As a preliminary point, I would just return to an earlier point I made as to whether any consideration was made of alternate sites not owned by the Scottish ministers, i.e. owned by local authorities. And I would invite the appellants to speak on that point, perhaps after Mr. Carmichael addresses the general point of discussions.
Thanks, David. So ARPID took back management of both Balrobert and Knocknagael in 2012. In 2014, we established a 10-year tenancy on Balrobert, which also included an additional 20 hectares of land that was previously farmed as part of Knocknagael. So basically, from when the land was first identified as surplus, the total farmed area for Knocknagael and Balrobert, which were managed as one farm, by when the Crofton Commission had it, was 250 hectares. Once once ARPID established the tenancy at Balrobert, the farm available size for ARPID to manage the full stud reduced to 130 hectares. But within that 130 hectares, well, we'll probably keep it right, there is a proportion of that isn't croppable. It's tree. You see that yesterday on the site visit. It was the trees on the horizon that basically we can't crop. We don't graze. So the actual land that's available to us for grazing and cropping is significantly less than 130 hectares. In terms of the Bill Robert tenancy, so yes, 2014 it was publicly, it was well announced by the Minister at the time of the successful tenant that had been established in the farm at Bill Robert. So the 10-year tenancy would naturally run until November 2024. But we've adopted the same approach taken with Forestry Land Scotland for their starter farm units, and given a natural extension of 3 years, which is allowed under the LGT rules, to allow it to extend until 2027. So November 2027 is when the current tenancy for Bill Robert will expire. And we've got a commitment between that time, between now and between 2024 and 27, to undertake a review of all our current land holdings in Inverness area, so that's Bill Robert and Knocknagael. And it wouldn't be before any of this time that we would be able to identify any land that would potentially be available for any other use other than farming. Thank you. And we don't have any. No decisions been made on what Bill Robert will do, whether it'll become a starter farm again or a longer-term tenancy, or that's not known.
So, thank you. Sorry.
Could I add to that? I mean, I think in terms of context, when we took the management of the farms back from the Crofton Commission, in that period there was a lot of change. There was a consolidation of the farm buildings. There was significant investment in the farm buildings at Knocknagael. And at the same time, Scottish Government, our part of Scottish Government, introduced a new policy called Starter Farms, where they were encouraging public bodies, Forest and Land Scotland, ourselves, other bodies that held farmland, to provide opportunities for farm tenancy opportunities for new entrants to farming, because it was seen as a block in terms of the ability of farmers to get the first step on a ladder that got them going. And we were towards the later stages of that. And that's why the predominant number of starter farms are Forestry and Land Scotland farms, and that's why we've tended to mirror what they have done. In particular terms of Bill Robert, as Ian has described, we have a tenant in place whose business is based there, and that tenant clearly has an interest in what happens to Bill Robert next, and there's clearly a very sensitive and difficult discussion to be had around what our use and need for Bill Robert will be, because the decisions that we take on Bill Robert will have an impact on that individual and his business from there. So there's a real sensitivity around that, and we have committed to try and give him as much notice as possible of that. In terms of the available land, Knocknagael has approximately 130 hectares, of which approximately 28 hectares are scrub ground that we don't graze on a routine basis. We have 72.43 hectares of ploughable land, so that's croppable land, and the Smiddy field is 8.23 hectares. So the Smiddy field is 11.36% of our croppable land from there, and the rest of that ground is grazable ground.
Okay, no, thank you. Yes, the reason why I was quite keen, to avoid getting into a situation of trying to solutionise is I'm conscious that the current tenant of Robert, of course, is not here, and that I recognise the sensitivity of that future relationship. What I was really trying to explore was whether there's any reasons in principle why the land would not be suitable for some other alternative arrangement of this nature, and so that's kind of what I'm really driving up with these questions along these lines. And in that regard, I'm conscious of the history of where this site was originally declared surplus to requirement because of the then availability of Bal Robert, but that is no longer the case just now. Now I recognise people can change their minds and circumstances can change and things are different now from what they were before. The reason I asked the question is just because it was at one point identified that this site could become surplus for the purpose of housing on the basis that Bal Robert was available. So that's why I asked the question, is if it was potentially available then in terms of the amount and the quality, whether those facts would still remain to be the case in 2027.
I mean, I think that there is a fluidity to everything in terms of demand for land. Clearly, there is significant interest in the land at Knocknagael, and it's difficult to look too far into the future with that. What we know for sure is that we have a commitment to deliver a bull scheme to the benefit of the crofting communities of the Highlands and Islands, and that's underpinned by the Programme for Government and the National Development Plan for Crofting that states those commitments. So the commitment to the bull scheme, I think, and the CAL improvement scheme is well established in there. There is a tenant on our farm at Bal Robert, and he has absolute rights to that until that tenancy ends or is extended. From there, we don't know what the outcome of that review will be, and clearly there are other interests in the land that we would want to try and take consideration of at that point. So it's difficult to look into a crystal ball and predict what the outcome to that will be.
I'll go back to the appellants for two reasons. One of which is to respond to anything you've heard, if you wish to, in that respect, but also as a question asked by Mr. Forrester in relation to consideration of other land, non-SG land. If you want to, if you have a response to that.
And then I'll let you come in, yeah. I mean, there is not other land of similar quality available. Basically, that's the simple answer. And, you can see the growth that Inverness is experiencing. Most of the land is dominated by developers. So that's the situation we are. There's nothing of that scale and that quality available, basically. The other thing I want to make clear, just looking back, because it's important to think about how things have developed, really, and a number of clarifications. The fields were declared surplus for requirements in 2012, and the idea was, at the time was and they were put up for planning permission in principle and then withdrawn, but they were still put up for planning permission and development under the Inverness Local Development Plan. That was the last one we had. And, even when the Bal Robert tenancy started in 2014, those fields were still up for development, so they clearly are not essential for the running of the bull farm, or that would have suggested that. The reporter rejected refused to change the land use because at the time it was considered that it was going to alter the landscape and it was not necessary, so rejected that it was not suitable for development. So that was rejected. But in 2019, the fields were put back into the local development plan and remain for planning permission. The two fields, IN 151 and IN 60, are still for planning permission. So it does seem quite difficult for us to comprehend how they are essential for the running of the bull farm, and they can also still be put for planning permission. And it was clarified on a letter to John Finney by the local authority that they had put them for the local plan because they weren't necessary for the farm. So that is the information or the evidence we've got. I mean, I don't know whether, Gordon, do you want to say, I mean, it's maybe something to come to either now or later about the calculations, but do you want to say something?
Sorry, Steve. It might be useful for the panel to seek outside of this meeting some information from Mr. Max Steele of the Scottish Procurement and Property Directorate, because he has certainly commented on the recent proposals in the Inner Moray Firth Development Plan to combine IN 60 and IN 51 together with a view to it being redesignated for housing development. So it might be useful, because I'm not sure whether ARPID is in a position to speak to that matter. So it might be useful to seek some feedback or information from Mr. Steele.
Well, we have the question of the current planning status on the agenda for later on, and we'd asked in our preparations for this meeting if parties, either or both parties, could update us on the local development position. We have since 2015 from the landowners, but will come later on to the agenda or in the agenda to the current status.
Thanks. I just felt it was relevant to that question, because if you're looking at the wider future of the land, there is a debate about whether or not this essential field would then be disposed of for housing.
Indeed. Thank you.
Gordon, do you want to add something as well?
Yes, this may be covered in more detail under agenda item 4, but ARPID have touched upon it earlier. What we were clear about in our own minds from a very early stage was that this was not about us against the bull scheme. The question is the role of the field and the contribution it makes to the bull scheme. And what I find interesting, both in the refusal letter and in the precognition documents by Mr. Carmichael, was a lot of information contained, but very little evidence. So the scheme is, the field is said to be essential for the farm and the scheme. But what I would have liked to see if I were, let's say, involved in managing the field, or in any similar situation, is what is the evidence to confirm the contribution? So we sought some information under a freedom of information question. And the responses indicated that the net contribution of the scheme, i.e. the worth of its produce, amounted to 0.75% of the costs of the scheme. Now, I'm not going to say any more than that point at this stage. We may cover it in more detail later, but there is an issue. The fundamental issue here is evidence as opposed to assertion.
Okay, thank you. I've actually got a couple of questions. It might be a relevant time to raise this, because it was Mr. Forster mentioned the review, or Mr. Carmichael perhaps mentioned the review of land. I think what you said, one of my questions was, is this an SG-wide review, or is it a rural affairs review, or is it an ARPID review, or is it only a review in the Inverness area? I think you said it's an ARPID review of holdings in the Inverness area, which is that if I picked you up correctly, that was going to be my first question.
Yeah, you picked up correctly.
Yeah, thank you. So there's two sets of questions, I guess, from my perspective, and one of which is to get a better understanding of ARPID's submission on the interaction between the uncompleted review and the right to buy under the 2015 Act. Are they saying that because this review, which may be completed by 2027 or may be completed before, is not yet completed, therefore community asset transfer applications can't be considered until that review is carried out. So I'd like to understand a little bit more about the relative interaction of this internal review with the powers under the 2015 Act.
So they're completely separate, I would suggest. So the refusal was based on the fact that the land's not surplus to requirements, and it's needed for the bill stud. So as a practical level, as a management level of the land basis, we will be undertaking a review. So that is, what is the current use, i.e. the tenancy of Balrobert farm, and what's the future going on there, which Bill previously touched on.
So it's not available now in terms of the register. There's a requirement to hold a register under Section 94 of the 2015 Act. And is your position it's on that register as not surplus?
Correct. All our land is on the Land Register of Scotland.
Yeah, but the Land Register of Scotland is that the Section 94 register?
No, it won't be. It'll be the register of all public our land ownership.
Okay, can you explain that a bit more? The difference is there a separate register? Are we talking of the land register?
Yeah. There's currently no surplus land under our control, under the Scottish Minister's rural portfolio. So there's no land registered as surplus.
So there's nothing. No, so is there a Section 94 register? I wasn't particularly clear from the responses ahead of this hearing as to whether there is a Section 94 register and this land is not on it, or whether there's a separate register that Scottish ministers hold, or is this the land register in the sense of compared to the Saisians? Mr. Forster will know. I'm able to advise in that respect.
Sorry, I'm not aware of an alternative register. Sorry.
Okay. I partly interpreted some of the precondition as saying that the intention of Scottish Government is to place all their land on the land register in the sense of under land registration, as opposed to the register of Saisians. And I know that's a Scottish Government aspiration to accelerate the placing of property onto the land register. And it'd be just useful, this is maybe one for Mr. Forrester rather than anybody else, just to confirm whether the evidence in Mr. Carmichael's precondition relating to matters being put on the land register, is that the formal land register in the Meadowbank House sense of the phrase, or is it some other kind of register? Just my own clarification.
I understand that the reference in the precognition relates to the Land Register of Scotland, as in not under Section 94.
And what's the intention of the Scottish Government then in terms of how it's going to go about the process of placing land such as this land onto the land register? Again, this might partly be a policy question, might partly be a legal question. Given that normally placing property onto the land register would require an event that would induce first registration, and I know there's quite a lot of land in the Highlands that are not yet on the land register. So what's the intended Scottish Government process for placing property on the land register in the formal sense of the word?
So we are undertaking a voluntary registration of all our rural properties at the moment. So I think we are about 90% complete. Although the mapping, I think, has been delayed at Register of Scotland. So we are currently in the process through a voluntary registration of registering all our rural properties.
So I think your position is this land's not surplus, but are you also saying that you can't consider an application for the site until it's put on the land register through that voluntary registration process? Just trying to understand what your argument is.
No, sorry, I'm not saying that at all. We'll accept it any time. Yeah.
Okay, that's very...
So yeah, sorry, you have to bear with me, I'm getting confused here. But the land was declared surplus for requirement, and then it wasn't. Is there any process for declaring it as no longer surplus for requirement? I think, which you again, is there a register, is there a list which people look down and say, oh, that's surplus?
So it predates the land coming into management of ARPID. So the identification was done when it was under the own or management of the Crofton Commission. Yeah. But the formal process, and as far as I'm led to believe, the land was never. So when public land is identified as surplus, what is the practice is it's trawled within internal government organisations to make sure if anybody else would make use of the asset before it's put on the open market. And I was not involved, when 2011, pre this, but as far as I can aware, the land was never offered among other government departments as surplus, so it was never officially marked as surplus within the government records.
Okay, so when it no longer became surplus, what you're saying is that because it was never widely advertised that it was surplus, you didn't need to say that this is no longer surplus. And the follow-up question is, when did the application come in from Knocknagael Limited? Was that while it was considered to be surplus, or was it after you decided that it wasn't surplus anymore?
So I think, I'll try, hopefully can still follow where you're going. So from an ARPID management perspective, we can prove that, it was no longer surplus. We needed the field from 2014 when we established the tenancy by Robert. And prior to that, what we're talking about is, when the Crofton Commission had it, and that's what I was touched on before, they had a wider or an expansive farming area covering the two farms of 250 hectares. So, a 16-hectare loss of land probably was immaterial at that point, percentage-wise, and Bill touched on the figures of what it would actually mean to us now in terms of available farmland.
Right, so was the Knocknagael application, did you come in after it was no longer, basically after the Balrobert farm tenancy was let?
When the Balrobert tenancy started, it was still, the land was still up for development in the local plan. That wasn't really till later in 2015 when it was rejected, and then it was when Knocknagael started to work on the feasibility study. That was an initial study in 2017, and a first submission of an asset transfer, that was to rent part of the field in 2018. So it was really, and that was refused for a number of reasons, like quitting the consultation and the constitution. So at that stage, we sort of decided to start working with DITAS and Heinleins Alliance Enterprise, which is they advise, you need to form a company and seek to purchase the site and develop an asset transfer. That is, so that was when we started that process with a Scottish Land Fund Stage 1 application to help us gather the information and develop a business plan. So that was in 2020. So, and during that time, there was also, although the land is said not to be surplus, it was put again for in the call for sites in the Emery Firth in the autumn on 2019. So that, although we had sort of indicated an interest in the site, it was still put up for planning development. So clearly, we didn't really have much of a chance. I don't know whether you want to clarify anything, Gordon.
Just a brief point. I understand the questions about whether it was or was not formally surplus, but within the Community Empowerment Act, a duly constituted community body can apply for any asset owned by whatever the relevant authority is, regardless of its current status. So it's a question of then, it then becomes an issue of comparing the proposed use and the current use.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. I'm conscious also that, as I understand it, the Balrobert site was let initially in 2014. Of course, there's a 2015 Act, so the obligation under Section 94 wouldn't have arisen until after the date that was no longer regarded as being surplus. So it may well be, at least in that respect, then it's never been regarded as surplus for the purpose of the 2015 Act. So that I can understand that. Well, I found trying to navigate my way through this quite useful. I found the references to the reviews and the references to the placing the land on the register rather confusing, I have to say, because our question just really related to the Section 94 question. What was this land marked as surplus or not? You've indicated that it isn't, and in that sense, I was struggling to work out why a review was therefore going to be relevant.
So, I think, I mean, there's a couple of points. As I described earlier, our organisation covers a mass of policy areas, of which we only represent one part, and other parts of our organisation have other interests, whether that be allotments or local food production or housing. Our piece of the organisation has a prioritisation at the moment on the provision of active crofting, and that's put in place through the Programme for Government and the National Development Plan for Crofting, of which the rural scheme is a key part of that. Alongside that, there's a government priority around starter farms and the desire to give new farmers the opportunity to get a first tenancy on a unit. So all of these competing demands are against the land that we manage and is owned by Scottish ministers. So the reality is that we have a tenant in place on Balrobert until 2027, and quite rightly, as part of the consideration of the ending of that tenancy or the continuation of that tenancy, that will depend on the prioritisation of government at that time. We need to look at all of the competing demands and interests that are there for that land and balance that against our own ARPID's own prioritisations for delivery.
But it also has to do so taking into account the provisions of the 2015 Act and the presumption in favour of an application made.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I think that would have to be part of the discussion and part of the thought.
Well, no, I'm not sure it's part of the discussion. It's part of this application. It's part of this review, because we're not dealing with a review in 2027. Mm-hmm. You have an application before you, and it was refused. So I suppose what I'm driving at is the question of really, insofar as ARPID are saying this has to wait till 2027, I'm not sure that fits with how the 2015 Act works, because you need to deal with the application that's before you just now, or before ministers just now.
Yeah, and I think we did deal with the review or the application just now with a refusal on the grounds of the reasons for given for refusal. We're not suggesting that it has to be not looked at until 2027. That is not what we're saying.
Well, that's helpful, because the preconditions in further documentation did suggest, when the question and nothing can happen until the review takes place, that was a departure by ARPID from that position. So I just wanted to clarify.
Sorry,
that.
yeah. So I think what was meant by that until 2027, we couldn't review, what available land there could be until 2027.
Excuse me, can I just seek some clarity here? Is ARPID's position that it's not competent to consider the application because of the review? In which case, why was there a refusal made? Or is it, as the panel has been seeking to clarify, that the process can go ahead independently? I just want to ask on a technical point here, are we here for no purpose, or are we actually here because there is a process that can be considered? I'm just not clear from the responses we've heard from Mr. Carmichael and his colleagues whether actually our application can even be progressed.
Mr. Forster wants to answer that.
I would just add that, with reference to Mr. Carmichael's recognition, the application was considered and a range of factors were considered. Reference would be made to section 4.3 of the precognition of Mr Carmichael and section 4.4 of the precognition, which clearly outlines that the asset transfer request was assessed in terms of section 82. And ultimately what was decided was that there were reasonable grounds to refuse the application. Can I just return quickly to the surplus land point? The land, I mean, just in a practical sense, the land was no longer surplus from 2014 onwards, when the tenancy began at Balrobert. The existence or otherwise of any land in a local development plan has nothing essentially to do with RIPID. They are not involved in the zoning of the local development plan. So it's not inconsistent, the suggestion that the land is not surplus merely, or the land is surplus or not surplus. The impact of a local development plan has no impact on RIPID's assessment of whether the land is surplus.
Okay.
Clarification. It was just something we sort of made in an asset transfer request, really. John Finney, who was our MSP at the time and who was one of the initiations of the, specifically asked Highland Council about the assignation of the land, and was told in a letter, which is included, that the land had been included in the local development plan under the belief that it wasn't necessary for the farm. So that is, I'm just stating that was the response he received at the time, and that was a factor considered by Highland Council. So it's just, that was the perception that others had.
Can I just come back in, Mr. Chair, and just clarify, because maybe I've missed the point here. What ARPID isn't saying then is that the application is disqualified because there is a pending review on the whole area. Yeah. It can still continue as an application, and the refusal wasn't just a technical application refusal because of the decisions that they're saying based on their assessment of the land, or is it on the basis that they knew that there was going to be a review of the whole area and it would have to be deferred until then? I'm not really quite clear yet what's being said.
Yeah, my understanding is it's not suggested that this whole thing has to be postponed until a later review. And I think what Mr Forrester is saying is that's consistent with the precognitions, and I think is consistent with the opening statement as well, because I think the opening statement indicated that the primary reason for the matter being refused was the unavailability of the land, but that there were also reasons associated with the balance of crofting interest outweighing the benefits of community benefit as put forward by the appellant. So I was taking it as being limited to that. I'm not arguing, despite the slight confusion that we hope we've clarified in the past 5 minutes, that the review in that sense is not a reason to refuse in itself, and the reasons to refuse are as narrated, I think, in the opening statement from today, I think.
Yes, we're not suggesting that it's the application is not competent, and the review is made under section 82. The point with reference to the review of the landholding is that will address whether the land is surplus or not at that time. It may be that until then the same problem will exist with any application. But that's not to say it will not be assessed in terms of section 82.
Can I seek one more point of clarity here then? Is it the case that ARPID is containing its judgment solely on the question of the value of the land for agricultural purposes? In which case, is there anybody from ARPID able to consider or comment on the other things such as community benefit? Or is the focus of the decision solely on the value of the land and its current use?
Sorry, just 2 seconds. Apologies for the delay. I'd make reference to section 4.2 of the precognition of Mr. Carmichael's precognition, where it's made clear that the panel assessed that the application met 2 out of the 6 expected benefits, public health and social well-being, and partly met the environmental well-being category. I think that reflects that the application was considered in terms of section 82 and that the community benefit was considered. It's not suggested that this decision was made purely on best value considerations.
And that decision in terms of effectively rating the application on that matrix isn't that it must satisfy all the criteria, but at least one of them?
In the context of the decision was made that there were reasonable grounds for refusal.
Okay, well, we'll touch on some of those further issues this afternoon. I'm conscious that it's now just after 1 o'clock. I think we should probably move on to the question of the funding proposals and other aspects, including the more detailed consideration of the current use after lunch. I suggest we break from now till 2 o'clock. I think that will give people a chance to hopefully get some food, perhaps, in gardens opposite or wherever. I don't know if anybody can recommend good places for food in such a way that we can come back refreshed this afternoon and restart at 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you. I should say I'm not entirely sure how secure this building is. I'm beginning to wonder about my laptop sitting here, of this hearing. I think we had, although covered, a wide range of grounds beyond the strict limitations of what item 1 of the agenda covered. I think we are only moving on to item 2, so hopefully we can make some progress this afternoon on these remaining issues. Item 2 relates to the funding proposals, and we separate out the proposals relating to the purchase price, the proposed improvements of phase 1, and the issue of ongoing viability. Between us, I'm going to ask just a few questions, first of all, on the purchase price, and then issues about the proposed improvements and ongoing viability will be led by Judith. So that's how we'll deal with the questions in this respect, and I suspect most of those, for obvious reasons, will be addressed to the parents. The first question on the price is the valuation was in September 2021, so again similar to my question about community support. My first question is whether the initial valuation of £110,000, which is now 18 months old, whether that's considered still to be an accurate indication of the value of the property with its use restricted to agricultural purposes.
Yeah, we've actually had a second valuation done, dated May 2022, and it was revised to £115,000, so just a small increase. And it was also the same company of surveyors Bellingham who updated the original valuation.
And that was presumably based on the same limit to agricultural use?
Yes, absolutely. It was, we asked and paid for an updated valuation on the same basis.
Yeah, it might be useful if you're able to lodge that,
yeah.
just for the record.
Has that not been lodged already, Maria? But we will do that.
If it has, if I've missed it, then if it's with the papers, that's fine. But it's useful to know what the current valuation is.
We didn't have to even say restricted to agricultural use. We asked for a market valuation,
okay,
a red book valuation, and she took. The surveyor took a straightforward approach to it.
So, yes. I did hear one of the witnesses this morning talk about two valuations, so that makes sense, yeah, in that kind of context. I don't know if whether this is something that you were aware of in terms of the price.
We don't really have any comment.
That's my question relating to the kind of specifically to the purchase price is just to ask you briefly to say a little bit about how you intend to raise the funding for the purchase price. My understanding is that the intention relates to funding for the Scottish Land Fund, and that this has gone through a stage 1 consideration by them, and that they are minded to be in favour. But I wonder whether there's more you can say about the intentions relating to potential funding of the purchase price, and whether you have any documentary evidence, if you like objective evidence from the Land Fund itself, setting out their support to a stage 1 application, if you have that.
Do you want to say something, Sandy?
So the Scottish Land Fund can't commit at this stage, but all we could say is they have been encouraging all along, and we have been working very closely with them, and we did achieve the funding at the phase 1 stage. We secured that, and there's been nothing to suggest that they wouldn't continue to support our application. And in fact, they did encourage us, even in the event that we had a refusal, a negative response to our asset transfer, they were still keen that we submitted a draft application for phase 2, so that application is in with them already.
Yeah, just to clarify that, you can submit a draft stage 2 application, which is what we did, and that had been accepted by them. So they had no issues with the funding proposals. The only thing they had come back is with amendments to the Constitution, which we have dealt with. I don't know whether was that, Gordon, what you were going to clarify?
Yes, before actually submitting the application, they had some concerns about some minor concerns about the Articles of Association. So we had an AGM in January and made the relevant changes. Worth emphasising that the Scottish Land Fund can't make a grant, can't confirm a grant, until and unless the process for achieving title it's like a mortgage application. Nobody gives you the money before you've actually succeeded in bidding for the house. So the formal lending, the in principle signs are all there, but they cannot confirm the grant until and unless the ATR is successful.
We're familiar with the dilemma
Yeah.
of the question of funding and conditional funding in those circumstances. I mean, the reason why it's important to be clear about these issues is that the obligation under the guidance for relevant authorities is to be satisfied that funding is in place. And we obviously, in reviewing this, require to be satisfied that funding is in place. So we do understand these difficulties that arise from the Scottish Land Fund and in other circumstances, that they can't make an unconditional confirmation, and they certainly can't give you the money until you need to pay the purchase price over. In preparation for the hearing, we referred you to a report that I wrote, not for which my fellow panellists are not responsible, in relation to Brecon Infirmary, and in that case too I recognised that dilemma. So we do recognise that, but we also recognise that the difficulty for the authority in making an analysis when the application is not unconditional, and there's no actual evidence that the funding will be available. So that leads to two questions, I guess, from my point of view. One of which is especially if you've made a stage 2 application, is there anything you can lodge with us, and there may be issues of confidentiality, is there anything that you can lodge with us that just gives that kind of independent verification from the Land Fund as to the status of your application as you've described it just now? And the second question, if you amended your constitution, it would be quite useful for us to see your amended constitution, because obviously there's quite tight rules for community asset applications, whereby the constitution of the body is actually of some significance, and if that's changed recently, and of course, the owning department would have seen the changes to your constitution, so they will need an opportunity to comment on that as well. So again, if after this hearing you were able to to provide that information, then that would certainly assist us in that respect.
Can I just, on your first question, we were just to, in terms of confidence that we can provide about the stage of our pre-application, funding wasn't an issue, and the main issues that were raised were about making sure we had the information required and the constitution. The application, we were actually being supported to try and put in a submission last May. So we were actually almost ready, the asset transfer had been successful to submit our application for consideration last summer. So that was the only thing that stopped us. And since then, Scottish Land Fund confirmed that our application is still in the pipeline. It remains, as they say, an open application, which we take as a sign of comfort that they think it's a case that's important. And the feedback we had at the time was, obviously they don't guarantee you but the application was considered strong, and it sort of always depends on the other cases that come up, and how and the amount of funding available. It wasn't, so I think in terms of the reassurance that it was a valid application, we had all the signs. I don't know, it is maybe with Gordon clarifying a couple. I mean, the points they had raised about the Constitution are very minor, and they're really more about the specific context the Scottish Land Fund has about, the geographic definition. They're quite technical. I don't know whether you want to clarify
sure. I mean, if they're technical, I don't know if you need to spend time today dealing with that, but just for completeness, if your constitution has been amended, it probably would be useful just to submit that. But if they are of a technical nature, and again, no doubt ARPID will let us know if they have concerns about that. That's helpful. You were beginning to anticipate my next question, is if there was a recommendation to approve the application, that will allow the next steps to be taken in Scottish Land Fund consideration. And again, thinking of what was recommended in relation to Brecon Infirmary, what's your estimation of the kind of timescale that would be needed between an approval, if given, for the sale, and you being in a position to have secured Scottish Land Fund funding in order to meet the purchase price? We're separating out the purchase price here from other aspects that Judith will talk about. The purchase price is arguably slightly easier to address, because by the time you get to the rate of entry of a purchase, if you haven't got the funding for the purchase price, then the sale can just then collapse effectively. We'll know you've not got it, and the land can then revert to ARPID without. Well, I'll ask Mr Forrester about potential prejudice about such a proposal, but with arguably limited prejudice, because you'll know relatively quickly if the Land Fund application fails. That contrasts with ongoing funding and ongoing viability. So what's the sort of time scale, as far as you can guess, that you would need the cycle of funding to get yourself into that position?
We do have the dates for the next Scottish Land Fund panel meetings. I mean, I think in terms of the asset transfer request and alignment, the guidance that is recommended is that the public authorities issues a decision and the terms on which it will sell, and a deadline of at least 6 months to receive an offer. So that is to allow ourselves to be able to apply to the Scottish Land Fund and get a response. But, so the next one is on the 15th of May, which a decision expected by late May, and then the next one is on 14th of August with a decision expected on mid-November. So that's really coming to that. And then obviously they've got one in November, that then is March 2024. So, so it's quite a long leading time from May till August. So August is maybe possibly a more realistic timeline, I would say.
Okay, thank you. And limiting myself just now still to the question of the purchase price, and we return to Mr Forrester. That way forward, which was recommended in the Brecon Infirmary case, though not taken forward by ministers, the Brecon was refused. That suggestion to allow a reasonable opportunity to get the funding on the basis that the payment of the purchase price within a 6-month period or whatever being an essential condition, and so ARPID would know if the funding for the purchase price failed, and then the sale wouldn't proceed. The question arises to whether we should take into account any potential prejudice to ARPID in consequence of that. It doesn't seem to us that there's a prejudice to the ongoing use of the land, because you don't have an alternative new use in mind, but there might be some practical issues for ARPID if you don't know the sale is going to proceed until the date of entry comes along, and if it collapses, then there might be a continuity issue from ARPID for maintaining their food supply to the stud. So again, I just offer the opportunity, if there's anything you want to say about that, I think maybe mainly around the continuity issue, if that level of uncertainty continues until a designated date of entry some 6 or 9 months hence.
Yeah, thanks very much. So it's all just about uncertainties for crop planning, or just planning for the future of the farm management. On a wider scale, I suppose it's about public finances, and regardless, if we sold the field, or if it goes ahead, the money doesn't come to ARPID. We don't retain the money. So any income received from the sale of the land goes into a central finance pot. So it doesn't come to ARPID, so we don't see the money. Thank you.
That's useful. But one very small question in this, and this may be displaying my ignorance of agricultural practices, is if there were to be a sale on this basis and a designated date of entry, is there any time of year that's better or worse? Is there a kind of a date that would minimise the disruption of your agricultural activities that we could work around if indeed this was pursued?
I mean, I think, as you saw yesterday, we're well through the preparation of that ground in terms of cultivation. If we're going to lose that field, then we would need to make arrangements to either try and identify a replacement field and build that back into our planning, or we would have to effectively make a bid for additional resources to purchase the straw and feed that we grow in that field at present.
Well, that's helpful. Yeah, if you're going to come back just now, and then I was going to offer Mr. Forster an opportunity to ask any questions about the purchase price issue generally. But
just on that point, Mr. Chair, Knocknagael Limited has made it clear from the outset and continues to hold the position that we would be very flexible should we acquire the land, and working with ARPID to ensure that they had access, because our development would be a phased development. We couldn't do it immediately, so if we were to acquire the land, we wouldn't be telling ARPID to clear off. Far from it. We would be wanting to work in partnership with them for a phased development, so they wouldn't necessarily be faced with an immediate loss at the point of sale.
The other thing that's worth noting is that acquiring the land is only the first stage to then be able to develop the project. So, you were going to ask us next about the next phase, but we would expect that you would need another year or two to be in a position that you could take forward some of the infrastructure. So it's not going to be a day one. Day one will be in 2 or 3 years after the acquisition of the field.
Good, that's helpful. Any questions on generally on the issues around either vouching for or payment of the purchase price?
No, nothing from us.
Thank you. Judith, do you want to move on to improvements and ongoing viability?
Yeah, I mean, it links a bit to the answer that we just had from you, which is about it's not an expectation in the project that day one, if you're successful and you take ownership, that everything will be in place and happen. So this really, and rather than asking you sort of half a dozen questions, I'm just going to ask it in a more general way. But it's about the reliance we can put, or just a brief explanation from you as to how you arrived at your figures about how you are going to generate and the sort of I know it's difficult because, again, until you have control of the asset, most of the funding sources say you can't apply for things, but would just give us any indication as to the process and that assurance at whatever level you can give as to how realistic the expectation of getting either grant funding or other things in for the development phases of the project. And obviously you've got separate bits that you've identified in the business case, which would be about income generation. But if you can address those sorts of bits about how you've arrived at that, so that it helps us assess the figures against the aspirations and the likelihoods.
Just to clarify a bit more about those issues, you did we do have a broad figure of the costs of the infrastructure, and that was based on a surveyor assessment, but looking at it with expert eyes, because some of the costings were too high. So we sort of more or less have a working figure of what it would require, but even that, some of that could be phased. And our expectation would be that through working with the Scottish Land Fund, we would be able to get a project officer, even just temporarily, to help us through the initial stages of developing the funding requirement. And we have what we would call more like a living document, as a sense of, it's a working document that we update in terms of understanding what sources of funding are available for us. And, for example, just looking at some of the funds, sort of aligned with the National Lottery Awards for All, that would give us some initial funding to help us with some of the studies we would need. And we identified a number of funding streams that would be possible to do some of the capital works required for phase 1. And some of these are running on a sort of an annual basis, so they might not be open at the moment, but they've got certain certainty. For example, the Crown States Community Capacity Fund that was open last September, and it's now closed, but it's likely to be another round. Highland Council Community Regeneration Fund, which was open in last year and is similar to LEADER. So that is another one that, and these are pay quite high amounts of money. The Scottish Southern Energy Sustainable Development Fund is reopening this autumn, so that would have been a good fund, because the SAC are building a connection between the Red John pump storage scheme and the Knocknagael substation. And they had indicated that, we already approached them and had indicated that we've sort of we're quite in this a good community project to benefit because of that direct connection with the work they're doing. The other thing that is worth mentioning, the Ian Davidson. We had. I've just got a note here that we had had a meeting with the community liaison manager. We had a conversation with him. Then Path for All is running a new grant scheme, Ian Finlay Path Fund, that provides the opportunity for both doing studies and support path networks and active travel. So that as well is a strong fit with our project, and obviously the Common Good Fund from Highland Council. And a number of smaller schemes that are open, that are listed. The other sort of fund that we are quite strongly aligned with, but is more at the moment is more focused on salary and management costs, is the National Lottery. They have a climate action fund for nature and climate, where they are funding projects that use nature to encourage more community-led climate action. And they also have a strand on community-led work that will connect people and help them work better to improve their well-being. So they cover both sort of staff and capital costs. So that would be a strong project, because some of these funds, once you develop a relation, you are able to perhaps seek further funding if required on an ongoing basis. The other thing to mention is that some of our partners, the organisations that we're working with, like Action for Children and Homelessness Trust, they sort of like to work in partnership as a way of securing some of the funding. So they sort of indicated to us from an early stage that they would be able to secure some joint funding, for example, joint funding. for example, to run training or the events or support some of the staff for supporting activities in the site. Gordon, is there anything you wanted to add about the, maybe more from the sort of running of the organisation?
Pages. In terms of the question as asked, it's this is mainly highlighted in pages 29 to 32 of the business plan. So a lot of the, aside from in-house knowledge and experience, the community enterprise and DTAS were also involved in identifying sources of funds for these specific activities. So distinguishing clearly between revenue and the capital cost necessary to prepare the site. So it's not just us.
It's a good point that we have been working with others on this, and community enterprise did have some additional time to support us in updating the business plan.
Thank you. And I guess related to that is, and you've noted about if you were successful in getting it, the ability to be flexible and to phase some of it. But I'm just wondering if some of it's almost how flexible is the business plan. I shouldn't really say that because that opens up a whole range of things you could go into. But basically, if you don't secure some of the initial funding, it's at what point does sort of success get negatively impacted? So, or have you actually thought about those contingencies as to what might be referred to as a plan B, the sort of what you could deliver in a reasonable time scale should some of that hoped for funding not come on stream as soon as you were expecting it?
I would think the reality is simply that whatever, if we were to be successful, whatever happened, it wouldn't be in accordance to this plan. There will be changes. Some things will happen quicker, some things will take longer. That's just life. The key initial stage is the infrastructure, drainage, power drainage, water supply, so on. And we can't really say, well, we can't, nobody can know how exactly that will go in terms of a plan. But it will happen. It may happen slower, it may happen faster. Everything beyond that is potentially flexible, although the allotments, the initial allotments are probably the primary aim, partly for funding and partly because it's a way of involving a significant number of people in the day-to-day activities of the organisation. But I think in overall terms, what we're very aware of is that whatever the plan is, it will need to be flexed. But once the infrastructure in place, the way in which it could be flexed is highly variable. There are lots of different orders in which things could happen, and by definition, not that much interdependence, other than after the infrastructure and the initial allotments are in place. So this could easily be viewed as a number of small individual projects contributing to the whole, rather than one single project.
And linked to that, you'd obviously, and this links back to the sort of societal and social benefits that might come, which you put a value on. You've got a breakdown in your tables about which elements of those are expected to generate at what levels. But obviously there's an assumption that if you don't get all of the funding as quickly as you expected, have you thought about the impacts that that will have in terms of the value of the social benefits that you're ascribing to this project?
Yes, I think in the sense that we sort of prioritised the things that we think will have more social value, by focusing on the allotments, the walking areas and the orchard, because we think that those are the things, leaving the sort of expanded drawing to a later stage, because those were the things that would deliver more benefits. But I think even now, just to give an example, last year we were already grafting some apple trees and orchard trees, so there is, you could actually already sort of, once you've got an area, start planting the trees, and that would be a way of starting the process. So there are things that you could start doing quite quickly. So that's, the other thing that we are sort of considering is that because this site has some archaeological value, so we will see, we know that we'll need to be doing some surveying, at least for the areas that we're going to, if there was any sort of car park, that might be an area that needs to be done some survey work. So in that sense, we'll need to maybe as well plan to do things in a phased approach, just to make sure that we're doing things properly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I'd like to next go on to ask some questions, mainly from the landowner's perspective, if the application were successful, in relation to the protection of the future asset and the asset value, because we're aware of the history, obviously change of circumstances since it was made available, or potentially made available for housing, and housing didn't end up going on the site. But I'm also conscious, and stand to be disagreed with if anybody does disagree, that in the event that the property, the land concerned, were assigned or allocated for housing purposes, it would have a higher value, or could potentially be sold at a higher value, if given the housing potential for the site. I know that was something that, at least initially, was one of the factors in ARPA's thinking. Change of circumstances since then. We'll come a little bit later still to the question of planning, but just looking at the issue of protection of the asset. There's two dimensions to this. One of which is, we now know from the amended valuation that the property is considered worth 115,000 in its current valuation rather than 95,000. So the undervalued sale, which ties in with the SPFM considerations, is the £20,000 discount on the land, and we'll have to make an assessment of the community asset benefit compared to that £20,000 under sale value. So we'll need to give some thought to that. My question for the landowners would be, if there was a sale proceeding, whether that undervalue, if I describe it as that, whether the position of ARPID is that should be protected by standard security in order to make sure that the reduced value, which may be justified, it's a different issue whether it's justified, is that something that is something that will be beneficial, and if that's the case, that a standard security is appropriate to protect the value of the discount, what will be the appropriate term of the standard security? How long should it last for?
I think Mr. Carmichael can speak to that.
Yeah, so it'd probably be a preemption clause as well as clawback implied on the site if it was successful.
So there may be a possibility of preemption in the event of an increase in value from the 115,000 to whatever the housing value is. So would you be looking for a standard security or a right of preemption in relation to the £20,000 undervalue, is my question. I'm going to come in a second to the difference of an enhanced value.
Yeah, I think it would be on the profits of the sale. The clawback would be.
Yeah, so I'm not making myself clear. I'm trying to separate out the undervalue, which is the £20,000 undervalue. The property might never be sold for housing. If it's not sold for housing, there's still you're still going to be transferring the asset for £20,000 less than it's worth, according even to the appellant's valuations. So on that specific question alone, we may end up combining the two at a later stage, but on that issue alone, is it the ARPID position that the undervalue should be protected by a standard security?
I think that's a point we'd probably want to consider further, and maybe addressing closing submissions if that would be appropriate.
That's fine. I'm happy to do so. If you're addressing that, one of the other issues that will lead to consider in that context is if the ARPID position is that a standard security, ordinary right of preemption, is something that's appropriate. It'd be useful to have your representations too on the question of the ranking of any securities in the event that some of the funding that the appellants require in order to make the proposal work are loans that are intended to be secured by other securities. So if you give some thought to that issue as well, as to whether there's any representations you want to make in relation to the ranking question. On the question of the if there were a sale at some future point for housing, I think you've suggested, Ms Carmichael, you'd be looking for a right of preemption. Would it be possible just to give a bit of an indication as to how that might work and how and in what circumstances that would be triggered?
My understanding is that it would essentially be a right of first refusal in the event of the land being sold on by Knocknagael Limited.
So a right of first refusal, but would you also be expecting something in there that says, should it be sold on for something like housing and therefore an uplift, that you would expect further clawback effectively on that sale?
In the event that the preemption right was not exercised, I think that would be the purpose of the clawback. Yes.
So to be clear, that if the property was sold for housing, contrary to what's been intended, and we talk a little bit about that because that's clearly not the intention, but it's possible that could arise, a situation could arise at some point in the future, whether because of a change of circumstances, and while there's no doubt that the appellants, in our mind, the appellants are proceeding in good faith, it's possible that things might not go as well as they hope for, and they could be faced with an insolvency event, for example, where an insolvency practitioner who has other duties to creditors may be required to look at the best value of the land. So whatever has been said in the current application about the intention to use it for community benefit, it could arise a situation where the property ends up being sold for housing. And so the offer of first refusal, again, if you could just explain how you think that should be formulated. So would that be that the ARPID would pay, if there was a sale for housing at an enhanced value, would you pay the enhanced value? Or how would that work?
I think it would probably be another point that we could address in closing submissions. I wouldn't want to speculate at this time without consulting fully with the property team within the Scottish Government.
I can see the point in relation to the standard security, as I mentioned earlier on. One of the issues about addressing it in closing submissions is that doesn't give the respondents or the appellants an opportunity to respond. I've yet to ask them as to whether they, for their part, would be willing to agree to grant a standard security or would say that a right of preemption is appropriate. So I'm wondering whether if you need some time to... if you're needing some time to look at this issue, it may well be that we have to do this by further submissions before we get to closing submissions, because otherwise the appellants won't have an opportunity to hear what you're saying, save in the closing submission stages.
Yeah, I think obviously the principal position of RIPID is that there cannot be a transfer. There would need to be further thought in respect of the details of any rights of preemption and clawback, and it might be, if the panel thinks it's appropriate, the best way forward may be to deal with it by way of a further submission. I would submit.
Yeah, I mean that was the reason why it was on the agenda, so we could have an opportunity for the appellants to give some thought to what they might or might not be willing to do. The reason why I was hoping to have a discussion about it today is there's a number of kind of complexities and potentials around the pros and cons of preemptions, as opposed to, for example, the standard security of the value of the improved land. You know, one or other has certain advantages, or you might want a burden placed on the land, if that's capable of being done these days, or ARPID might want to rely on a pure contractual, personal relationship with the appellants to protect the sums in those circumstances. So it would be quite useful to get a sense as to what the kind of, if there's to be a clawback, what are the circumstances in which the clawback would arise. But also, I'd ask you to address in any further submissions, if the appellants were to be transferring the property to another community body with similar purposes, would that trigger the preemption, or would that be something that would not be caught by the preemption? What if there is a sale to a non-community body, but also with a restriction to agricultural use? Would that trigger the preemption? And what sorts of sums would ARPID be considering they should pay if the right of preemption is exercised? Is that current, or at the time current, agricultural value, or is it simply the £95,000 they've received from the appellant on this scenario? I certainly understand your argument, you're not in favour in principle, but you'll have seen in other cases cited that the possibility of ensuring that the public interest is protected in the event that, for whatever reason, there is ultimately a sale on, to make sure the public purse is adequately protected in these circumstances. Or maybe actually, while you're conferring, go on to the appellants, because this will be to a certain extent the first time you'll have heard of these proposals, which is why I think we can't leave things to closing submissions. I think Maria and Steve as well, the end, wants to say something.
Could I just come in on that and say that we anticipated, if there was a sale going ahead, that there would be conditions and requirements made of Knocknagael Limited, and we were more than ready to consider those. It's just unfortunate there's no representation from the Scottish Procurement and Property Directorate here today to actually clarify the matter for yourselves. It's rather disappointing, because then we could have possibly thought how we could address what was being said.
In general terms, Article 8 of the Memorandum on Articles states that any surplus funds or assets of the company must be applied for the benefit of the community. So there's an asset lock in terms of the, we could not dispose of a section of the field to sell it for housing for the direct benefit of, well, ourselves, basically. So any disposal of the land has to be for community benefit, one way or another. If there were, as long as any restrictions did not interfere with the activities of the organisation as defined within the articles, I think we would be open to consider whatever you might suggest. Clearly we would need to take legal advice on any specific proposal, but the principle of given what we want to use the land for, if we were no longer able to do that, it's almost irrelevant what happens thereafter. So Perhaps an overstatement, but
that's helpful. I mean, you've alluded already today the fact the Articles of Association have been changed for the reasons related to the Scottish Land Fund. So obviously, one of the things we're thinking about, we will look at and continue to look at the Articles of Association and the protections that they build in. I was aware of that protection, which is fairly standard, of a restriction to community use, community benefit. But of course, Articles of Association can be changed. And so again, we're going to have to ask ourselves the question as to whether the potential to change the articles gives adequate protection to the public purse. So there's that. The second dimension is even if the Articles of Association does give that level of protection, if the property or land was sold for housing and then applied to a different community benefit within your estimation, that still gives rise to a loss to the public purse, because the land that's at present used, and but for this application and but for planning, which we're going to come to in a minute, might have been potentially sellable for housing, then the windfall, for want of a better expression, to that would fall to Knocknagael Limited and not to the Scottish Government. So that's why it's important that we explore these issues to make sure that the ministers considering this application and this review can have confidence that, as Judith says, the clawback provisions can adequately protect the public purse. But I'll go back to Mr Forrester for anything further you wanted to say.
Sorry, can I just say, just in terms of the Articles of Association, it might be quite useful for Gordon to explain, because that is the issues that we were required to strengthen, you know. The geographical community has been narrowed, and the process for changing things is a lot more strict now. So obviously the Scottish Land Fund, you know, has made sure that we do have a higher standard. So that in itself is acting as well, I think, as a level of protection. I don't know whether that's, you want to expand on that, Gordon?
I think there's perhaps a degree of comfort. I appreciate exactly what you're saying, but perhaps a degree of comfort is that as a as a registered charity now, yes, we could change the articles, but we need the Oscars' approval to do so. And secondly, part of the conditions of the Scottish Land Fund in terms of providing any form of support is they need comfort that the articles comply with their requirements. So if they saw an issue about the potential for us profiteering, in effect, by selling the land or any related assets, then there are a number of different bodies involved who will monitor us.
No, that's very useful. And ministers wearing the Community Asset Transfer Act could impose a condition too, requiring their consent to any change of Articles of Association. That might be a possibility to add extra protection. But again, I just move back to ARPA to see if there's anything further you want to say. It may well be that we require further submissions once you've taken further advice on the appropriate protections that, in your view, would adequately protect the public purse.
Yes, I think it could be addressed in a further submission. I don't imagine they would be inclined to rely purely on the Articles of Association in offering comfort, but this is something that we can consider further.
May I just say as well that the Scottish Land Fund in our Phase 2 submission required an estimate of legal fees. So we have been had quotes from 3 legal firms about covering any legal fees and conveyancing costs, which presumably would include any negotiations in agreeing any further conditions to the sale.
I'd like to follow up with 2 other things that hopefully we can address today. And again, it ties into this, the question of the potential for housing, and maybe starting off with the request that we'd made for an update on the Innermurray Firth Local Development Plan. I'm grateful for the report from 2015 of the last version of this, but I wonder if I could ask a couple of questions relating to the development plan. I noticed actually on the 2015 version of this, it did recognise that the wording of the planning, the local development plan at that stage, did anticipate that allotments was an appropriate use of the property concerned. that's recognised in the reporter's report at that stage. What we are quite interested in, is my understanding, is that there's a process undergoing just now for an update of the Inner Firth Local Development Plan, and we'd asked at our agenda if parties, whoever is best placed to give us an update, could give us an update as to what the current status of the local development plan is, and the extent to which it is going through a process of examination by my colleagues in DPA or otherwise. So an indication as to where we are on the status of the plan and what the proposals are as far as the allocation of this particular field is concerned, we'd find very useful.
Just in terms of the what's happened, the factual state of where we are. So currently, the two sites were merged on the one site, IN18, and proposed for 200 houses under the Inner Firth Local Development Plan. This was discussed by the Council, by Highland Council, last November. There was two motions, one to refuse to change it back to agriculture, one to reduce it to 100 houses, and the motion suggesting that it should have 100 houses has gone to the proposed plan that has gone to the reporter and is being examined. So at the moment, under the proposed plan, it's allocated for 100 houses, the two sites that we've been discussing, and that will be, we expect, decided maybe later on this year. I think it's sort of later on, later this year. Yeah. So it was quite this debated issue, probably, it's fair to say, and because of the school capacity issues. But it's gone for currently, factually, it's 100 houses proposed, and it will be. We expected it to be decided maybe later this year. I think in the autumn, unless. Yeah. Gordon.
Yes, the second consultation and the report from that is the one that is now under consideration. There were 50 specific responses to the proposal for housing on the site. There were 50 of those objected to housing on the site. One of them, rather curiously, was from an organisation which formally objected to the proposal, but then opposed housing. Proposed housing. So maybe that's just simply pressing the wrong button. But I think that the outcome of the process is clearly something we don't know and can't anticipate. All we can say is that the level of response very clearly indicates a degree, or a strong degree of objection to the idea, to the concept of those fields being turned over to housing.
In addition to what Gordon's just said, the comment which was registered as an objection was from a gentleman called Brian McKenzie of the Highland Housing Hub, who said that they supported inclusion of the site and they concurred with the requirements of the development of the site. And the reason I'm referring to this is because the Highland Housing Hub comprises officers from the Scottish Government, Highland Council and housing associations. So it would have been possibly useful if we had known what the position of Highland Housing Hub was in this matter, particularly because of the inclusion of Scottish Government officials.
I just wanted to come back to, and not having seen the detail of the debate around the motion, but you're saying that the two fields were amalgamated as one site for 200 houses. The motion that was agreed was to take 100 houses. Was there any more detail about the location of those or the density of housing, if that number had changed from 200 and they're still treating it as one combined site, one larger site?
In terms of the layout or density of the housing, I can't really comment on that because I can't recall. What the planners did consider was consultation with the community via Knocknagael Limited regarding reserving some of the site for green areas. I think our primary concern regarding that and regarding discussion indeed with Scottish Government officials as well as the planners is a tendency to refer throughout to allotments and only to allotments, which indicates either a failure to understand the scope of what we're proposing, or perhaps, I'm not making accusations, but it is at least possible that there was an intent not to recognise the scale of the what we're proposing. So whereas, yes, there is a suggestion within the proposal currently going to planning that there should be some provision of green space and communal growing areas and allotments and so on. It seems decidedly vague and by the very nature of the planning process offers no guarantees to anyone.
If it would assist the panel, I actually have the website from the Highland Council in front of me, the Inner Morayfirth proposed local development. And if I can just read briefly from it, it says, site master plan must enable each phase of housing development to deliver a parallel phase of community food growing that will be made available to new and existing residents through management and agreement with Knocknagael Limited. So that's where it's got to at the present time. And this is all publicly available on the Highland Council site, and we can give you links to that if it would be assisting you.
I mean, and the other thing to add to what Sifa said is that the plans do propose, I mean, they are quite dense about the, the creating a new entrance where the Torbrick junction is. I mean, some of the discussions about the feasibility of the project don't seem to have been considered, but that's obviously up for the reporter to consider. But it does propose using the two fields for housing, in the way it's described.
On a technical issue, if you do want to submit further information, I'm not suggesting you do or you don't, we obviously have no formal information given to us in relation to the current position on the LDP. If you do want to do so, you can if you wish to, but unfortunately DPA rules are such that we can't accept hyperlinks to documents because we need a document that doesn't change. We need a version. So if you do submit it, just bear that in mind, that's an issue from that perspective. And I'll go to Mr Forrester to just get a sense of the position as far as ARPID is concerned. Now, obviously, a local development plan examination, it's not completed yet. It's not the same as planning permission. It's only allocation. If permitted, it would be an allocation that would give a preference and would create a presumption in favour of planning being given for housing, but it's not the same as granting a planning permission. Obviously, that would require an individual application on the individual circumstances that were to be applied there. But I'd welcome views from ARPID, and in particular, their views is if at the end of the local development plan examination process and the plan were adopted, if the land, one or both sites, ends up being allocated for housing, what would the ARPID intentions be then in relation to this site, even if no other site was available for the crops that are used at present for the stud farm?
I'll pass to Mr Knocknagael.
Highland Council, I think, so they own the Inner Morayfirth development plans was, no further comment on that, and it would be regardless of what the outcome of the local development plan is. Our position as ARPID, as the land managers at the moment, is that the field is required for the current running of Knocknagael, of the Bull Stud.
And so, in that context, in your precondition, you talk in terms of the need, and you're very clear about that it's integral, that their attention to this is integral and is a crucial part of that. But you also refer to possibilities of use of housing and reference to some comments from our Better Homes Division, etc. I just wonder whether you could just clarify for me in my own mind how we reconcile these two kind of policy priorities, the importance of housing and the importance of crofting?
So, yeah, it's probably not uncommon, as you probably think, is different areas within the Scottish Government have policy conflicts. So, as Bill had previously mentioned, from the Crofting Development Plan and what's in the programme for government on the Crofting aspect is our policy priority from an ARPID perspective, and there may be other policy priorities from other parts of the Scottish Government.
And how does that help us do our job and the appellants work out how this is going to impact on them when we're looking to make a report? I understand what you're saying in terms of the ARPID priorities, but the thing that strikes me reading your precognition is that the potential could arise whereby the critical and essential nature of this being kept for crofting use is effectively qualified by saying, yes, except if we can build houses on it. Then it's not quite so important that we protect the crofting interests.
So our perspective from ARPID, well, the crofting element is always the top priority. So there will be other areas of government where their policy objective, they will believe it's higher priority to our objective. So it'll probably become a ministerial decision, to be honest with you.
You'll come up in what, sorry?
It would probably become a ministerial
decision. Yeah. Okay, so you have a situation then where you have these competing priorities, and obviously housing policy is important, and it's important not to underestimate that. But just in terms of our likelihood of our reporting certainly prior to the final decision on the local development plan, and accordingly prior to such a ministerial decision that's going to be made on the future, the question that's in my mind is that in keeping the options open of crofting or housing, don't they effectively mutually undermine each other? So the more you press for crofting undermines the housing argument, and the more you press for housing undermines the crofting argument. So the imperative departmental interest you describe from ARPID's perspective is only the ARPID perspective. If the Scottish Government as a whole take a different view, where does that leave the appellants?
I mean, I think that you nicely sum up the challenges of our sort of strategic work, but we are partitioned off to look after our own respective areas. So in our own respective area, and in respect of the land at Knocknagael, which we occupy, and at Balrobert, which we own, we are the occupiers there, and at the moment there is no surplus land available on either of those sites. There's going to come a point, and again I'm going to have to re-emphasise there's a sensitivity around this, because there's a tenant with a business, and we have committed to their tenancy to 2027, but we've committed to review that along with the demands on our land. And as part of that, we will obviously have to look at all of the competing government priorities that are there. But for our respective policy area, at the moment, there isn't surplus land. So at the moment, we wouldn't release land to housing because it isn't surplus. Now, another bit of government might start to discuss with our bit of government around a change to that, and then there are political decisions that are made around what becomes more important. But at the moment, our focus is on delivering on the Bullstead for the benefit of crofting and the wider community.
I understand what you're saying about your bit and that separation, but I just wanted to clarify, and I think it's something that was said earlier on, and you said obviously if at the moment ARPID is saying it's not surplus, so it wouldn't be released for housing, but there might be a situation where you were required to release it, if you like, through process. I'm right in saying that earlier on you said that any funds raised through sale of what is land at the stud would not be ring-fenced into either the crofting bull hire scheme or more widely into RPID. It would just go into a generalised Scottish Government pot. I just wanted to clear that in terms of this. We've got separation at one level, perhaps at policy and strategic level, but in terms of any resulting financial side, there doesn't appear to be that separation and segregation and ring fencing.
So in terms of the budgetary process, any sales come in on an income account code, and expenditure goes out on a separate account code, and there's effectively no crossover between those two. So the income generated goes into the larger pot, overall pot of Scottish Government income and expenditure, but it doesn't come anywhere near our costs or our running costs, so they're quite separate.
And on the question of the interest, the housing interest, which is obviously, as I said earlier, a legitimate policy interest in this as well, because housing is important. I was looking through your recognition, Mr. Michael. I think you referred at some point, I think, to the views of it's about a Homes Division. I can't find the reference to it immediately just now, but you make some reference to them. In terms of the decision-making process for the refusal of the application, were housing and housing colleagues, were they consulted, or were they people who were involved in the decision-making process, or was that again restricted to the question of RPID officials?
Yes, there was nobody from the policy. Spent more on housing policy.
Housing policy. Okay, thank you.
Which are called moor homes.
Well, I beg your pardon. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Apologies. The colleague's not here. Okay. I'll maybe actually stop at this time and go across the appellants just to sort of get kind of their sense. I've got one or two other further thoughts in my mind, but I'll maybe switch to this side to see what conclusions or any questions are arising from the appellant's perspective on this part of discussion.
I mean, I think the only thing is, just in terms of the process of the decision making, we don't feel that our case has been properly looked at in an objective way. I'm just reiterating that that was something we raised in the reasons for the review of the decision, that there's no way the community is ever going to get the chance to be looked at, because there's always going to be something that will be a priority that's not quite the community. So I'm just thinking that that is the role of the Community Empowerment Act, to provide that opportunity to balance in an objective way the proposals and ensure that community empowerment can happen. I don't know whether, Gordon, you want to say anything?
Yes, thank you. I think it does highlight one of our real frustrations, because all due respect to our RPID colleagues, we do understand your position in all this. But there are a range of government priorities and policies, there are a range of council priorities and policies, and there are a range of local aspirations which somehow don't seem to fit into this process. Something we'll maybe like to look at later is, for instance, has there been any independent, objective assessment of alternative methods of providing the produce that you need to the farm and for the bulls? What about buying in feed or bedding? What about, you quite rightly say that under the current situation, capital receipts would go into one pot, if you like, and your revenue costs come out of another. But is that really the way we want to objectively assess future developments, either of your own activities or across government? So there are issues here about the whole approach. Is it appropriate that the officials responsible for managing a particular part of the organisation should also be the same people who are assessing a proposal that affects not just their organisation, but or their part of the organisation, but cuts across a variety of different departments, and cuts across different policy areas?
May I just follow in with what Gordon said by saying it seems to be rather unfortunate that ARPID's found itself in a position where it's being asked to judge or rule on questions outside the scope of its department. And it's clear from what we've heard today that there hasn't been a wider consultation across other sectors of the Scottish Government. So on matters of housing, as the Chair has rightly asked, but also on things like public health or social well-being, unfortunately it does seem as if ARPID's been put on the spot here to a certain extent to try and make a judgment based on matters outside its scope.
I don't think there's anything you want to say in relation to that question. I can see that as a dilemma for ARPID in the context of this decision making. I'd noted also, I know Mr Carmichael was on the panel, I don't know who else was on the panel, and we know there's no panel report as such. So I suppose one of the questions that was in my mind and is implicit in some of the questions just asked is the question of confidence in the transparency of the process to identify if there's any objective information, any written information that could support the proposition, for example, the Section 82 test was properly applied, and the evidence from Mr Carmichael about the assessment of the community benefit that's in his precognition. Is there nothing by way of any written information that could give confidence and increase confidence to the appellants that this was considered? There presumably would have been a ministerial submission in this. You'll reach your own view as to whether you have an ability to share that. But if that's the only written piece of evidence, then I'm sure you can understand why the appellants feel that they have some doubts as to the kind of full transparency of the process. And I just wondered if there's anything you can say about whether there is any written documentation, including the ministerial submission if needs be, but other written information that can come before us just to kind of meet some of the concerns that have been raised on our left.
There was a ministerial submission made, but RIPID is not in the position to be able to disclose it in these circumstances. There's also the decision itself, and obviously in the context of this session there is the precognition, which RIPID would submit, outlines the case essentially and the process that was carried through in the context of Section 82 and the associated guidance.
Yeah. And you referred earlier on to paragraph 4.2, and I think that was referenced in the opening statement as well. I think what we have is simply an indication that that was considered and rejected, or in some cases accepted. There's no substantiation of the basis in which that was done.
I think the decision itself substantiates to some extent the basis on which the application was refused.
It was linked to that, and we've got the precognition, but we've also got a copy of the decision letter. The precognition is certainly much longer than the decision letter, and in terms of the detail and some of the issues raised, I just want to be clear as to whether or what weight you're expecting us as the panel to put onto, if you like, the additional information that's come in the precognition, as opposed to what was provided within the decision letter. Because effectively we are reviewing the decision and the material that was provided with that.
I would submit that the purpose of the recognition is to outline RIPID's case in relation to this matter, so significant weight should be applied to the recognition in addition to the decision. It should be read together.
And it'd be useful, I think, in closing submissions, just to draw these together with a link to your opening statement as well, so that we know the extent to which what you're relying on is just a decision letter, or whether it's amplified, or in some respects whether it's different from the decision letter. I think that's really the sort of the essence of what Judith was driving at there, and particularly the recognition seems, we'll maybe go on to a more detailed examination of this shortly. The recognition seems to be proceeding on the basis that the granting of the review would prejudice the entire bull stud scheme. But that wasn't what you said this morning in your opening statement, and wasn't what took you to say to the appellants this morning that there's no suggestion that the loss of this site will cause the entire scheme to close. But the slight inference from the recognition is that there was a suggestion that this application was imperiling the entire scheme. If that's the position, that the entire scheme and the entire stud farm is at risk of requiring to close in its entirety in response to this application, I think we need to see that and understand that very clearly. I don't understand that to be your argument, but that's at least one inference from the recognition.
And I think if that's in reference to 5.7 of the recognition, then my understanding of that is that the statement is the Smiddy field is integral to the scheme, and there is no credible alternative mode of operating the scheme without the Smiddy field at present. And in laying that out, I think we were trying to explain that we don't have an alternative field lined up of anywhere near. We don't have an alternative field lined up, certainly not anything of that quality of land. And we certainly haven't put in place any arrangements to replace the straw or crop that's growing on the field at present. I think that's my understanding of.
So I understand that as your explanation of that paragraph. I guess it is this point about. You're saying you've got nothing in place at the moment effectively to replace whatever the cropping would have been off that field in terms of running the stud. But how business critical is it that it has to be produced at the stud farm as opposed to other options such as buying in the feed? And that's the bit I can't, at the moment, I don't see. And in the figures that were provided for the FOI, and I think I can't see the business critical one that says without us producing feed off that field, it's business critical and it could lead to ultimate failure.
So I'm going to pass to my colleague Neil, who will cover some of the costs associated with that, and then I'd quite like to come back and explain around the budgetary challenges that follow that. Okay.
I can come back to Mr Rowan's comment earlier on around the FOI which he submitted, and we responded with the assistance of the farm manager, who produced those figures which are based on the cost of production for the 3-year period that was asked at the time, which was 2019 to 21, and established through Knocknagael Limited's assessment that offered a net value of the field of around the £5,000 mark. Subsequently, obviously, since then, the key issues is the fact that the costs were based on the cost of production at that time. And since then, we've had the Ukraine conflict, EU exit and COVID that have led to substantially rocketing fuel fertiliser costs. And that is principally where our additional figure has come from, leading to the £11,000 estimated cost increase. The consequence of that clearly is the fact that we've assessed that there's a potential 39% knock-on effect to the hiring charges for the bulls as it stands at present.
And I think within the context of costs, it's worth saying that if we were to lose that field and we had to effectively either purchase another field or rent another field or purchase the equivalent feed and bedding that we previously grew ourselves, that there would be a significant additional cost to that, and that would fall to us to make a bid to our finance team for those additional costs. I think it's fair to say at this moment in time I hold no certainty that we would secure those additional costs. I'm sure you're all aware of Scottish Government's budgetary position at the moment, but from our own perspective, it's in the time I've worked here, it's never been a more difficult position financially, so I hold no certainty that I could secure the additional budget to cover those costs, and we would have to consider what the options were if we couldn't secure that additional budget.
I think we're going to go on to this, because I think we're moving on to what's item 4 as a wider issues, but you may have some follow-up.
Well, just on that, yeah, I would be the last person to suggest you should be charging crofters more. But you haven't put the price up since 2013, and the price of beef, if you look at the QMS website, it's whatever is 50, I think steer calves are 15% up in the last year. Which is kind of, I was wondering, have you done any evaluation of the benefits of the bull hire scheme? In that, if you're hiring out very good quality bulls, the people couldn't get otherwise, they reap the benefits through higher prices at the mart. Do we know what these higher prices are? What is the value of the scheme to a crofter? Because they're paying out the rental fee, but they're getting more money back for their calves. Now, the rental fee may be actually less than them buying a bull themselves, so it's not a straightforward calculation. But do you know that, or do you have any indication? So we haven't done any detailed analysis around the amount of investment and the specific benefits to individual crofters or common grazings or townships. What we do know is, and it was published in the National Development Plan for Crofting, that there were 3,500 calves produced on the back of the scheme. Now, a very conservative estimate of about £650 a calf, very conservative estimate, that generates about £2,275,000 of economic activity within the crofting counties. Now, clearly, all of those calves don't go on to be sold, because some calves are retained by the crofters in terms of their replacement policy for the next generation of their suckler cows, but a substantial proportion of those calves are sold in the store market and generate significant economic activity. If you're renting out 150 bulls-ish, so that's 200 calves per bull? No, it's not right. 150-ish. So So for each bull, is it that 3,500 was an annual figure?
Well, it was published on the National Development Plan for crofting.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up. So each crofter is actually benefiting by a fair amount. And is your feeling that if you did put the price up by something, that demand would rise or fall, or by how much? Is it price sensitive?
I think if you're asking my opinion on the stability of small-scale suckler beef production at the moment, I would say it is probably as unstable as it's ever been. Would be my view.
Yeah.
And I don't imagine at this moment in time, with the massive increase in particularly fertiliser costs and costs associated with producing winter keep, that there would be much support from our stakeholder organisations for an increase in costs, or a substantial increase in rental costs at this moment. But that's the sort of thing we would have a discussion with our stakeholder representatives with.
I mean, and leaving aside an increase in the rental fee, you talk about increasing costs and fertiliser and fuel and stuff, plus all the uncertainty over future support and LFAS and CAGs and all these sort of things, which after 2026 is a blank sheet of paper. How do you think that would affect your demand?
Sorry, I think that's straight into the future territories that crystal ball gazing that we wouldn't be prepared to go on record against. I think the only other point to mention is, we're not, crofters may only have 1 cow, 2 cows, as opposed to having 50 cows and getting 50 calves sold at £650. We've got to put into perspective, the size of these small herds and the importance of these small herds in retaining in the area for the environment as well. So that's also worth remembering that. So it's not just financial benefit to the crofter, but it's to the environment that they're grazing in.
All right, and I want to. And you're currently running at capacity, judging by our visit yesterday. So there's no scope, or, well, I'll rephrase that. Is there scope for increasing the number of bulls that you're hiring out within the existing facilities?
So I think we've got housing for up to 150. I think that's what was mentioned yesterday. Yeah. I think in ownership, they've got up 140. But we wouldn't hire all those out at one time, so we've got spares in case something goes wrong. Unfortunately, bulls go lame, things happen for fertility reasons. We've got to replace bulls, so we have a surplus, small surplus, that we use just as standby substitutes, so should I use the word, if we need it.
So there isn't really scope for increasing capacity?
I think the only thing I would say is we've seen an increase in the number of townships that are involved in our scheme, and clearly if there are more, there's a potential for a bull to do more within a township.
Yeah, without exhausting him. And from the freedom of information, just to be clear in my own mind, that the 11,500 is what you would have to pay to replace the production from that field if you went out into the market to buy the feed and the straw.
Yes, so it'd be open market replacement cost less savings in production costs.
So it's 11,500, yeah. That was probably.
Sorry. I'm going to come across. I think I picked up this morning, just to be clear that I did pick up this correctly, is I think you said that one of the merits of the stud scheme that you operate just now is, and it's designed to do this, has a disproportionately supportive nature to the smaller crofts. You said, I think one of the witnesses this morning recognised that some of the smaller and perhaps less otherwise viable township or crofters gains a benefit because of the service you provide. Did I pick that up correctly?
Oh, I thought I was lucky enough to have broken my mic. Yeah, exactly that. So it would be uneconomical for, a crofter with 1 or 2 cows to own, you've seen the size of the bulls there, the amount of feeding that goes into them, let alone the one-off cost to purchase it. It's just the ongoing cost. It would just be uneconomical for a crofter to own
That's
their own
helpful.
bull.
That's what I thought I picked up this morning, but just to be clear from that. Miriam.
First of all, we would like to highlight that, the evidence doesn't really borne that there's this bull scheme, Knocknagael is versus the survival of the bull scheme. But I'll let Gordon say that, and, in fact, it possibly is the opposite is true in the sense that the Knocknagael project, is about developing some of the crofting skills for the future generations and connecting with some of the husbandry and self-sufficiency. But, the other thing that perhaps looking at the more technical detail, we sort of understand that a significant amount of feed that is already bought in. Gordon has looked at the figures as well, and, come to the conclusion that it represents the figures that have been represent a very small percentage of what is the scheme. I don't know whether you want to explain some of that. He's done, he's an expert on finance, so has done a bit of calculation based on what we had.
Yes, the freedom of information inquiry we made was intentionally across a number of years, because clearly with crop rotation and weather, and there are all sorts of other reasons why the production of a field will vary. So we took an average, and that average demonstrated a net contribution per year from the field to the farm of just over £5,000. The calculation that's shown in Ian's precognition is £11,000. Now, that's not something I would even dream of arguing about, because clearly it depends on which year and what particular mix of crops are involved. However, over the 3-year period of time, the total costs of the scheme are £738,000. So from the Freedom of Information request, we're talking about a contribution of £5,000 towards total costs of £738,000. And we're being asked to believe that that is somehow going to lead to a 34% increase in the costs of hire of bulls. That, to me, just does not seem credible. Whereas I do accept, I can find it entirely credible that the issues about Ukraine and so on and so forth, energy prices, what have you, a whole lot of reasons why the prices of the costs of the scheme could be increasing. But it just does not seem to me, in the face of the evidence, that it's credible that the costs of a hire could be increased by 38% or whatever it was, due to a loss of 0.75% of the cost of the scheme. It doesn't add up. Now, if there are missing issues, if there are calculations that can explain exactly why it is such an issue for the scheme, then so be it. But in terms of transparency of the process to date, we can't feel confident that what we're being told as the reasons for the the field being essential for the scheme, in terms of the information we have, we cannot be confident that that is justified by the figures that we have seen. So, I think there are a number of different calculations I've done from a number of different angles. For instance, we've had the 60% subsidy rate quoted to us in the precognition. So we're told that 60% is the maximum subsidy. How close are we to that? Would the field itself would the loss of the field itself to take the costs over that level, the subsidy level over that level, or are matters that are completely outside of that, i.e. completely different from the contribution of the field, contributing to additional costs of the scheme, and therefore is it possible that the loss of the field is being attributed to matters which are in fact quite different? There's a whole issue of confidence here, because the level of evidence that has been provided simply does not provide a confidence of an objective assessment. If the department were to bid for an extra 5,000 according to our figures, call it 11,000 according to the figures in the precognition, if the survival of the bull scheme depended on it, at a level that was acceptable of charge that was acceptable to crofters, can we honestly believe that the Scottish Government in general, and ARPID in particular, would actually sacrifice the scheme for the sake of £11,000 a year?
Thank you. I've got one. Do you have a question? Right. Other question. I was just going to come back across to the side of the table to respond to that. There's two things I was going to say, one of which is a question. My question, I guess, is, because I don't really do figures very well, the 11,500, I wonder if you just clarify whether the 60% departmental contribution that is applied to the scheme as a whole would mean the department would meet 60% of that 11,500, or is that a simplistic and inaccurate analysis of it? That's my question. My statement is to recognise that's an annual cost. The Scottish Government guidance on community benefit applications require you to analyse things over a 5-year period. So the true figure is actually 60,000 when it's looked over a 5-year period. But I just record the fact that I've clocked that. But I'll maybe go to ARPID to see if there's anything they want to say by way of a response to what we've heard.
I think two things just to pick up on some of Gordon's comments. Firstly, in terms of the FOI release and the total running costs of 673,000 up to 781,000, that clearly includes everything. So that will include depreciation costs associated with the building, machinery purchase, all the other elements that are part of the accounting process of the operation of our farm. And some of those are just fixed and we have no control over them. In terms of the comment around, and I'll correct me because I might misquote you, so the end of the bull scheme or the bull scheme having to end, I don't think that's certainly not our position. In that, in 5.7 of Ian's precognition, we said there's no credible alternative mode of our will operating the scheme without the Smiddy field at present. If we were to lose the Smiddy field, we would have to make arrangements to handle that. That might include having to go and ask for additional funds from our finance team. As I said in my previous comments, I have no certainty that we would be successful with that. It's a budgetary position that to me is unprecedented that we're in at the moment. So if we were unsuccessful in securing the additional funding, then we would clearly have to look at what alternative options there were to manage with the additional expenditure.
And in terms of the £11,000 and the increase in cost to the stud, that would have been, so the increase would have been, would include the 11,000 in the like a forecast annual operating cost, and then so that would have come out with a an actual value per bull, which then divided by the 140 that we own, and then the 6% would have been applied to that final calculation.
Final calculation.
Can I ask one question? Sorry, in the rotation, because some years is used for grass, other years for crops. The crops are not always used for the bulls. Is it just sometimes to sell? Because I mean, it doesn't. Just in terms of the rotation, it doesn't seem like it's always used for the bulls. So just wanting to reassure that as well. Sometimes it's grass. So a sense of that would be quite useful, I think.
So probably I'll hand over to Neil, sorry if that's okay, Neil. But yeah, I believe some crops are grown to try and subsidise the farm.
I mean, I think that John, when we were on site visit, and John Curran was explaining the operations of the farm, he said that we effectively consume all of the grass that's cut and made into silage, and we consume all of the straw that's produced in the crop. You would see in the bedding how deep bedded the bulls are, so we've got a heavy demand on straw. So our focus really is on making sure that we've got enough straw. We then retain some of the grain that is grown on that straw, and the remainder of the grain is then sold because we don't have a need for that, but all of the straw that we produce is required for the bedding.
Is there bought-in feed as well?
I think my recollection of yesterday is that John said bought-in minerals. I think that was the only thing.
Minerals and protein.
Minerals and protein.
I was going to say, to maintain a healthy diet for these bulls, we will need to substitute them with other sources of feed rather than not stuff grown in the farm. But sorry, that is standard practice across all livestock sectors.
Can I just seek a clarity then? So, as far as I can tell from what I'm hearing from ARPED, every penny counts. At times, it's very difficult financially for you, and you're trying to make sure that you get the maximum return from the Smiddy field. On that basis, if ARPED lost both fields to housing, would the bulls hire scheme become unviable?
So I think, just to pick up on your point, it's not for our benefit, financial benefit, it's for the benefit of the crofters who basically use the bulls so that we can support or provide the bulls at an affordable rate for these people. So, I could go on at length about how fragile crofting is and how important crofting is to Scotland. But, I could bore you to tears, probably be here for days. So I won't, but, it is vitally important that we keep these fragile communities together and be able to provide them with this subsidised service of bulls to provide them economic income as well as the environmental benefit, retaining livestock in these upland areas of Scotland are.
And I think if I can just add to that, at the moment, there isn't a surplus field to sell to housing. Or there aren't two surplus fields to sell to housing. If we had surplus fields, then it is reasonable to think that we would then offer that up through the normal process, so that if other parts of the public sector wanted access to our land, then they could note their interest in that.
Okay. I don't know if anybody else, any of the panel members. I've got a couple of questions just to sort of follow up from that.
Because mine's linked but not directly.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll ask my first two questions, then go on to Judith. Excuse me. Just drawing together a number of the bits of evidence I've heard today. Excuse me, and one of which is the multiplier out of that 11,500 over a 5-year period to make it directly comparable. We've had evidence from the appellants about the community gain of 3.3 million. So one of my questions is, from the ARPED point of view, why does a loss of £60,000 outweigh a gain of 3.3 million?
Sorry, I don't follow your 3.3 million.
The 3.3 million is the total calculation by the appellants. If you accept those figures are right and accept your figures are right, the community benefit over a 5-year period that the appellants argue they will gain over this development would yield 3.3 million. I'm just drawing together the loss that you indicate, and I fully understand the issue you point you raise about who's going to pay for all of that, but just in that simple arithmetic calculation.
So yeah, I think I would widen out to the wider Crofton benefit we get from the scheme. So the 3,500 calves that are produced and generates an income for the fragile Crofton communities of over £2 million, I think Bill quoted. So that's our policy objective is to support crofters and to keep crofters in the remote and fragile areas. I really can't emphasise how important Crofton is to our area of Scottish Government and to the Scottish Government in total. And so that is where our elephant comes, and that's where when you go through recognition, even my opening statement this morning, we didn't question the benefit from the proposal, but it was the knock-on effect that we'd have on the Crofton communities.
I mean, to a certain extent, that goes back to the question Judith asked a little while ago, is just the weights to be placed on the suggestion that the scheme will collapse in consequence of this. And you've given an answer, and the appellants have commented about that as well, and understand the pressures of government financing. I guess that the question that's going through my mind, and it's maybe an unfair question in one sense, is if we were sitting here in 10 years' time, looking out over the site at Knocknagael, and the Knocknagael Limited were looking at 100 houses sitting in those fields, and the bull stud still operating, how would they feel?
I suppose that's a question for them, not for me to prejudge what they might think.
I asked them then, how would you feel?
Very angry.
Yeah. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, very angry. I feel very angry about that.
Yeah, I think we would feel that the Scottish Government's policies and aspirations were hypocritical, and we're working against the best interests of the public of Scotland, particularly in our area, and we would feel that we've been betrayed.
Do you come in?
I think a sense of a tremendous missed opportunity. You've seen the issues about Inverness and about the expansion, the housing-focused expansion, which has failed to build communities. And opportunities like this do not come up. They come up very often, very rarely, in fact. What we'd be seeing is a lot of very disappointed people. We'd see almost certainly no difference whatsoever to the people who hire the bulls. We'd see a lack of a missed opportunity to build a community, a missed opportunity in all the health, the growing, the mental welfare, etc., benefits that have been discussed previously. But I think, from my own point of view, I think at least I tried.
I'm just going to add that, to me, it does feel like it's a false dilemma, and I think it could be turned into a win-win situation where you're getting you continue to have the bull farm working well, and you've got a community growing project that fits in well with the bull farm. You've got that manure, and it's not difficult to see examples of where that's happening. We've got the Highland Council already working on the fields adjacent to the IRA on a community asset transfer to Callithistle to use the site for both for the school and for developing football for young people, and that's what you could have in this site. I think it's so that is an opportunity we would have to do it properly. Sorry, there was something else I forgot, but I feel it's a false dilemma, and we haven't had the chance to work, and we would be prepared to do that in a phased approach. So we do want to highlight we don't feel is an accurate depiction of Knocknagael's project.
Thank you. Mine was just a linked one. We talked a lot, and Mr. Carmichael gave figures back about the wider economic contribution through the scheme in terms of crofting economy and contribution to the economy. You did make some mention at some point of a benefit other than directly to the crofters being an environmental one. I'm just wondering what that's based on, other than the fact that it's a known ecological fact that if you put cattle in, they graze differently from other stock. You've got a certain degree of breaking of the turf and all those sort of other things, and whatever invertebrates are associated with having cattle rather than other livestock. However, what I'm not sure is whether there's any quantification of that, or what you're relying on. Are you saying that there is a social, that wider social benefit in terms of environmental benefit that you can actually quantify in terms of the bull hire scheme and the getting more cattle onto crofts?
So in 2009, there was an independent review of the scheme, and the panel that sat there identified impacts if the scheme was to close, and they were effectively broken down into economic, environmental, and social. Economic in terms of reduced economic activity, poorer genetic quality improvement, environmental in terms of less silage cut, which in particular for bird species that require long grass would potentially lose that habitat. Particular risk around designated sites in South Uist, Benbecula, North Uist, Berneray and Tyree, where those sites would risk moving into unfavourable condition because of the scheme closing. And then a social benefit associated through the collaborative working that happens where townships work together to hire a bull and share those resources.
Okay, I'm just conscious that when you started that, you said the independent review identified those issues if the scheme closed. What I was looking for was, if you like, a quantification of the added value of the link to the increased use or the whole trying to get more cattle onto crofts.
Sorry. Through the Scottish Government's agriculture or agri-environment climate change scheme, which is our main agri-environment scheme, there's a couple of management options which are for the reintroduction of and retention of cattle to summerhill grazing and also onto small units. So basically and I'm no expert in AICS, I will hold my hands up and put it on official record of that. So it's a driver from Nature Scot, our partner organisation, to have these management items funded and ensure that the Scottish Government is supporting the reintroduction and the retention of cattle in the upland areas, and the evidence base is from those experts.
And that's specifically because cattle grazing helps to support diverse habitats in which flowering plants, pollinating insects can flourish, and which in turn support farmland birds and other wildlife.
Thank you. Yeah, and I accept those. As an ecologist by background, you might expect me to accept that those are generic benefits. But there's no quantification, because we've been talking about the values that Knocknagael Limited have put on to that actually putting a figure onto the value of the benefits that could be provided. But there's nothing that you've got nothing in terms of evaluation as to the Smiddy field contribution to that biodiversity gain, if you like.
So I think it's just taking the wider sense that it's used for the production of of winter food for the bulls, which are then used to impregnate cows and keep cows in these areas, produce calves, which then generate income, and it's just a wider circular kind of economic or ecological benefit.
Right, thank you for that.
I've just got 2 or 3 sort of wrap-up questions from my point of view, Russell. We have more things that may wish to ask of issues that arose earlier on that I'd noted, but wanted to just raise at the end, and they're all kind of slightly unrelated, so apologies for that as I go through my notes. And the first of which, I'm not sure, this might have been dealt with earlier in responses to Judith's questions about the funding of the improvements and then the funding of the ongoing viability. Apologies if you have answered this, but I missed it earlier on. Is you answered the question about the kind of business critical improvements and what would happen if the funding was such that you had to make value judgments of which ones you proceeded with. One of the questions in my mind is that some of the ongoing viability issues, and you did talk about that, some of the things that relate to ongoing, are very much kind of dependent on the improvements taking place. And so a question I have in relation to grant funding is that even for some of the ongoing costs, there's quite a lot of dependency in your forward planning in the early years on grant funding. So I suppose my question is, how confident are you not just that you'll get grant funding for the improvements, but that you'll get grant funding for ensuring the ongoing viability in years 1, 2 and 3? And I don't want to quote precise figures to you, but I think on page 27 of your business case, your grant funding reliance in the first year is 73%, second year 59%, third year 56%, and going down certainly after that. What confidence can Scottish Government have that the risks that are implicit in that are nevertheless acceptable? This is on page 27 of the business case. You're talking of the degree of dependence on grant funding, even for ongoing viability. And there's some quite high percentages, I think. For the income, yes, the income. I mean, your margins are quite tight anyway in those circumstances, which is part of the reason why it was going through my mind of getting a lease back to ARPID, but let's not reopen that topic. But the margins are pretty tight, and insofar as ongoing viability is dependent on the improvements happening, I'm just wondering if there's a vulnerability there in terms of your ability to break even as you start operating.
The sort of the Scottish Land Fund, the 27 that we've put in for project officer funding. So that is what that is looking at, and then we would be looking, basically it's later on as we're progressing that it is when you get the capital grants. But we're not just looking at grants, but also, the possibility of doing some fundraising ourselves through, and we already started doing a little bit, and that was in one of the graphs. Is it about 15,000? So let me just see. So salaries, staff, and so
I think the what's evident on the revenue funding is that whereas in the first 3 years, the majority of the grant funding simply relates to a project officer. So if you look at the percentage that's covered by that, the balance of costs are actually relatively low. So we're looking at certainly membership fees to cover some of that. We're looking at the income from the first level of the first phase rather of allotments, which admittedly isn't that's not going to start in day one of year one. It starts part of the way down the line. But the revenue costs which are quoted in there are actually quite low level. If we're looking for 20, 27, 25, 30,000, 35,000, depending on inflation and so on, that's a relatively low level of revenue funding that we're seeking. And once the infrastructure is in place and the minute the allotments are constructed, that is the point when additional funding starts to come in. So we are talking at relatively low levels, of which the major part, i.e. the 3-year salary funding, we have a high confidence in gaining. So, and as we progress into the 5 years, the revenue funding again is the cost will depend on the level of activities, and the level of activities will determine the income. So the cost won't start happening until or unless the related income is following. So it seems to me that proportionately we're talking about pretty low risk in the last 3 to 5 years, as far as revenue funding is concerned. The more significant issue will be the timing of the capital activities.
And that issue, well, I think that issue is reflected a bit in the risk register. The bit that caught my eye in the risk register was the reference to insufficient reserves to manage cash flow, which is described as being a high impact but low probability. I don't know if you want to say something about that, because that's sometimes a bad combination. Even if it's a low probability, if it recognises the potentially high impact. Yeah. So how did you come to that view in the risk register that it should be regarded as a low probability?
Yeah. The high impact element, I mean, that doesn't need comments on that, that's self-evident. The low probability is the question of quite simply not progressing with projects or individual sub-projects, if you like, until or unless the funding is secured. So it's a simple question of ensuring the funding is secured prior to progressing, and that keeps the cash flow for each individual sub-project, if you like, in tandem.
Can I just ask a bit of clarification? Yeah. So a bit of clarification on that. So from what you've just said, effectively, although in the risk register we've got those two elements, your probability has come, if you like, you've done the calculation already as to what your mitigation would be. It's like you're not going to progress something until you've got the funding in place. So your probability levels that you're giving in the risk register are post any mitigation. So you're not, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, so your mitigation is you wouldn't.
Yes, that's
do
where
those
you would.
That's fine.
It's not a two-stage risk register.
I spent way too long looking at different organisations' risk registers and the way they present their figures, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's helpful. On ARPID, I don't know if you will be in a position to answer this, because this is a finance question to a certain extent, and it goes maybe to the heart of SPFM. But I was interested in document 6 you've lodged as extracts from the Scottish Public Finance manual, and I was just interested when it references working with communities and references best value. I don't know if that part of the manual has been updated in consequence of community asset transfers and right to buy. Obviously, it's Scottish Government policy. I don't know if you are able to answer the question as to what the interrelationship between SPFM is and community asset right to buy at a general level. Presumably, SPFM has to be interpreted in light of the right to buy, given that it's a statutory right that's existed for 8 years. You may or may not be in a position to answer that question, but if you are able to shed any light on how the finance manuals to be interpreted post-2015 Act, that would help us reconcile the arguments on best value.
I think your opening part of your question was quite correct. We are unfortunately not in the position to answer.
We'll need to make it that what we will, but we clearly have to work on the basis, as we have with everything, that as a Scottish Government policy, then general bits of guidance of that nature have to be seen in the context of the policy, circumstances that we're operating within. So that's understood. And my last question, honestly, document 16 is the advert for Easter Clockton Farm, and I just wonder, we haven't touched upon that, and I noticed that was a farm that was available at one point for offers over 200,000, 13.76 hectares, so it's something like 60%, 70% larger than the current site, and it's up at near. And I was just wondering, is there anything you want to say about the relevance of that document for the arguments that ARPID are relying on today, just so we understand why that document's lodged?
So it was just as an indication of land that's on the market at the moment. So it's a significant distance away from Knocknagael. It's a lower quality land, and you can see where the value is there compared to what the higher agricultural quality piece of land that was valued at open market value. Whereas I'm assuming this value is at agricultural value. Yeah, that's all I need to say.
Thank you. Yes,
I mean, yeah, this is probably just for my information, but section 419 of your precondition, Ian, we are talking about the land was valued at agricultural use. But if you're valuing land, you have to do it at market value, which would be the value if it had planning permission. Am I right in saying that? Would obviously be much higher.
Or hope value on it.
Hope value, yeah. But you don't have a figure for that.
Yeah, we've not had the field valued. It's just worth noting this field of 160,000. It's a good chance. I think it's mentioned in it that there could be compulsory purchase against it for the drilling of the 96. So it offers over 160,000 with the expectation that there will be a compulsory purchase. The piece of land you asked us to. Oh, no, I think it's that one. Yeah.
Excuse me,
So, I just wanted a bit of clarification because we were talking about your paragraph 419, and then you said market value, which would include the hope value. I just wanted to go back because earlier on you talked about the second valuation you had from Bell Ingram, which you said they updated the original one effectively as market value. So do we interpret from that
that is a different market?
Yeah.
I think they took the approach that because the Inner Murray Firth local development plan was still at draft stage and hadn't gone through at all, they took it at a straight agricultural value. Also, I'd like to point out that we did actually ask if, and it's fairly normal practice, I understand, for both parties to do a single valuation request and share the cost, but that was not forthcoming, so we went ahead and did it ourselves.
Sorry, I'm not aware of that. All I know is that, for the market value, our valuation only has a 6-month validity period, so it would only be at the point of almost getting ready to sign missives that we would do it, so that the valuation was still in date.
Yes.
But I'm not aware of the request.
We did, I'd have to look back at our papers, but we did put that up the line and request a joint valuation. I also had some discussion with the District Valuer's Office, but it's just been extremely difficult. The Scottish Government have been very difficult to progress this.
Can I just add that Mr. Carmichael might not be aware of the request to share the cost of the valuation. I'm assuming that his department was aware of the guidelines for the Act and the expectation that there would be some collective approach to this.
Yes, totally aware, and I think the guidelines are that it's at the point of, you know, if the agreement's there to go ahead with the transfer, I think.
Sorry, I may be pointing out the obvious, but in a previous life I worked for housing associations, and the term market value is almost just standard understanding by surveyors. The term market value is market value for existing use. So whatever the current designation is in terms of planning, market value under existing use is the basis that Bill Ingram have applied.
Right, thank you. I'm going to say a little bit just in a second about potential for further documentation being lodged, and I will say a little bit, actually not very much about closing submissions, because we may not be in a position to be addressing closing submissions at this stage. But as time, we're now slightly past 4 o'clock, I just wondered whether anybody else wants to say anything more by way of final points you want to make to me very, very briefly. I think we've given this a good going over in the course of today. If there's anything else you feel you really need to say, then if you could do it briefly, and then we can wrap up the hearing from today.
One thing sort of wanted to say, but there wasn't, although I think you sort of ascertained there wasn't any other interested parties, there were some of the neighbours that had responded to the initial response that was sent by the asset transfer. The lady that was in attendance is one of the people that lives in the farm. So, I mean, I suppose, you know, they might have been interested in submitting information as well. It's just to make that, so I think it's important to at least look at the responses that were submitted as part of the asset transfer. If no further information will be considered, because I know they were, you know, some of them will be affected by the future of those fields. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a fair point. The approach we took, which was hopefully consistent with the hearing session rules, is that we've had regard to all the representations that were made before the first consideration of it. I think the rules provide that parties are technically interested parties if they make representations in relation to the review, and then no parties made representations in relation to the review. One person sent an email, the timings of which was after the decision, which is why we wrote to that person concerned and asked if they wanted the opportunity to be heard today. But we can certainly assure you that in looking at the documentation that's been lodged, our approach is to take into account everything that was before ARPID at the original decision-making process. And all the representations that were received at that point, which hopefully should be on the website. So we're not disregarding what was said before, but that's wrapped up in the pre-initial decision-making process.
Is that because they're not members, but they're individuals, and they have as well their own experience. We wanted to make sure that was noted.
No, that's absolutely fine. I mean, I'm using interested party in a technical sense, but I do appreciate there are other people who have an interest in the outcome, in this application, the outcome of this, even if they're not interested in that technical sense. So, as far as anything else from you?
No further comment from us.
Okay, right. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I had noted around half a dozen potential issues that people said they might want to be submitting further information on. So I'll say them, and then if I've missed anything out, then you can tell me that I've missed something out, and then we can decide how long is appropriate to get these matters submitted. The first of which was from Maria, the evidence of the allotment community benefit calculation. I think you'd referenced that. Possibly, from the appellant's point of view, formally lodging the Highland Council food strategy. There was talk of lodging that, as we've got an email linked to that, as I mentioned earlier on. We need the not an email connection to that, email link with that. The new valuation of the property, documented evidence in relation to the Scottish Land Fund Stage 1 application, the Articles of Association amendments, and from ARPID, initially clawback representations, so more detailed representations in relation to how we should address the clawback. And the other thing, again, possibly from the appellant's point of view, but they may or may not wish to lodge this, anything further in relation to the current LDP examination. But I'll leave that up to you. I'm not suggesting there's anything, but I think Steve at the end had mentioned something that might be relevant for us in relation to the current examination. It's clear up to you as to what you want to do. But the other ones that I'd noted. So first of all, is anybody? It's always hard to work out what I've not said, but does anybody had any thoughts about anything that's not on that list that you might want to submit?
Do we want to see more of the Bull Farm accounts?
Possibly.
Is that something that in a form you can easily share, just to give us a view of the proportion of the Smiddy field output compared to your, because you've given us top figures of 700 whatever thousand, but some of that's fixed costs and some of that's variable, and just the relationship on that might be interesting.
So I don't think there'll be anything that calls out specifically on the Smiddy field, because it's just, I don't think any farmer or crofter will do accountancy to a field level.
But we've got the freedom of information about the Smiddy field, which we could then relate to the overall accounts.
Submitted as part of the papers, but what you may find useful is a breakdown where I've shown the averages and percentages that I've quoted today are in this breakdown. It's a very simple paper, and I can leave that with you today.
Now go on to, once we decide the full list of things, we'll talk about timings, is parties will obviously then require to have an opportunity to comment on each other's documents, and I don't want that to end up dragging this out longer than it necessarily has to be. But any documents lodged just now will have to work at a timescale for which to be given the opportunity to the other side to make respective comments. So trying to close that down as quickly as we can. But in fairness, I think that's what we need to do. The one thing that might be the hardest thing, or the most time-consuming thing, may well be from the ARPID point of view on clawback. But sorry, you were...
Well, I was just wanting to clarify from Russell, was he asking for effectively the breakdown of the running costs at account code level for the farm?
I think I'm almost asking for you to clarify what Gordon's saying. If he's done that calculation, we'll probably need you to come back and say, yeah, that's correct.
So it may be an ARPID response, rather than you producing anything, because I recognise the difficulty in terms of the practicalities, and there may be issues of confidentiality, of course, for the individual crop affected.
And individual staff members' wages as well.
Certainly you need to have regard to the need to respect sensitive data and personal sensitive data. So it may well be that if that document is lodged then as part of the response process, that will give us enough. And if it doesn't give us enough information, we'll just ask for more. So if you can give us that may be a way forward. So my question, I guess, on that basis is what would be a reasonable period? I mean, as I say, the clawback thing might require a bit of thought and a bit of internal consultation. Whether a 2-week period for that would be reasonable. I suspect the documentation from the appellants could probably be produced within a fortnight. So that the hardest timetable might be to do with speed of government.
Sorry, can I also clarify? Does the panel want anything on the relationship between SPFM and the 2015 Act?
Well, I would say if easily obtainable, the answer to that is yes. I suspect the reason why I hadn't identified that as a question to add to the list is I suspect it's more an evidential matter rather than a document that says, I mean, if there is a document that says the interrelationship with SPFM and the Community Empowerment Act 2015, then if you could chase it down and produce it, please do.
I suspect there's not.
I suspect there probably isn't. So on the basis there probably isn't, I wasn't actually, that's why I didn't put it on the list. It does seem to me that's almost an oral evidential issue rather than a written evidential issue.
Yeah.
So if there is, yes, but if there isn't, I wouldn't worry about it. I think that's probably asking too much.
Yeah, we'll leave it off the list at the moment.
I'll leave it off the list for now. But if in fact you can stumble across something through your ERDM searches or whatever, then you can then that might be possible. So if we're then looking at this stage at aiming at a fortnight, and then a question would be as to whether parties would they be able to comment within a week of receipt of the other side's submissions, or do you think a fortnight to respond might be better? That's true.
I think it would be helpful to have 2 weeks to respond, just to take into account annual leave during that period.
I'm conscious Easter's coming as well.
Yeah.
I think Easter Monday's the 10th of
2
April.
weeks, then another 2
so
weeks.
we get 2 weeks before Easter to submit, but then the 2 weeks after that begins to crash into Easter, and I know people will have, you know, other commitments, and maybe even holiday perhaps around that time. Oh, lucky you. Or lambing, of course, in some cases. There may be those who are lambing. So if we work on that basis at this stage, and I suspect it's probably better not to come back with anything in detail about closing submissions until we've got those documents there. It may be that parties can start thinking about their closing submissions so that we can move reasonably quickly after this exchange of information is through. But I suggest that we don't fix a date for closing submissions until we're a little bit down the line. We can do that in writing. Ronald.
Yeah, sorry, just thinking about exchange of documents. In terms of confidence in the initial decision that was made, it was clarified that there was no report generated, but it was said that there was a ministerial submission made and that couldn't be shared at this stage. I wondered if that meant that it could be shared at a later stage, or it just can't be shared.
It just can't be shared.
Could I clarify, is that because it comes under the heading of advice to ministers?
Indeed.
So that, as opposed to the content?
It will be an issue for ARPED in their closing submissions, I suspect, to address as they think fit about the information that was before the original decision-making process. How significant it is, or really is too early to say at this stage. Our report will be looking at the merits of the application and the arguments against. Whether it's actually going to be of huge significance, we may comment on it, but the question of the thoroughness of the initial examination is in one sense secondary to the question before us, is what do we recommend now? An issue that ARPED will have to give some thought to in terms of how they present their arguments is if they feel they are unable to present the ministerial submission and there's no panel report, then the consequence is there's no documentary evidence placed before us, and that will be a factor. The absence of information will be a factor for us to take into account as well. But that has to be, I think, as ministerial correspondence, has to be a call for ARPA to decide the extent to which they can release ministerial correspondence. And if the answer is that they can't, then to what extent any other documentary evidence that underpinned that ministerial advice can be submitted. But I think we have to leave that to ARPA to decide the way they present their case to us. I don't think we can go further than that, but Judith.
No, I mean, effectively, I was just, and again, it's back to an internal decision from ARPID, but there's no full panel report. But I guess the question is, was there a summary file note somewhere, and whether or not that is releasable as documentary evidence?
submission, and in the absence of a cover note, and we have a situation where there's a bit of a kind of black hole in terms of the information that led to that decision-making process. The significance of that we'll give weight to when we get our closing submissions and get together and decide what to do. But I think we've identified, the issue that's causing a bit of concern from the appellant's point of view. Okay, unless there's anything else, we're just a bit snug up against the 4:30 deadline that we've been asked to comply with to let the karaoke, whatever it is, proceed tonight. You can stay on if you want to, if that's your thing. We just closed the hearing just now, and on behalf of myself and the two panel members who've been looking at this, both the site visit and yesterday, thank you for your participation and the thoroughness of your answers to the questions. We've had a very useful day, delighted to have managed to get through things when it's still light outside, and obviously in accordance with those timescales which will confirm, our case officer will confirm to you, we can then take things forward from there. It doesn't look to me at this stage as if we're likely to be having to reconvene the hearing. If we do, I think I'd probably prefer to do it virtually rather than anything else, but that may be unlikely that we have to do that, but let's judge that once we get the information in. So I'll thank you again for your participation today, and that's the hearing session formally closed.